What's up, good people? We in the building. We are in the building. Almost didn't go on today. Almost didn't do this today. Didn't had a lot going on. I had like 2.5 interviews sort of cancel on me. I had interviews set up. They didn't go through. Scheduling conflicts and all kind of stuff. But it was on a whim, most of it. So we in here. We in here. We about to just freestyle it, about to wing it. I see a few people already in the building. Hit the like button on your way in. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. I'm sitting here, yes, digging for the intro. We still doing the intro, but this is going to be a more relaxed, chop it up show. I'm going to put the link in the chat relatively early. I just didn't want to miss a Friday without gracing the mic for a second. So I'm just going to come on. We going to get it in. We're going to get it in quick soon as I find the intro. Where the hell is it? I think that's it. We're gonna get it in. We're gonna chop it up a bunch about a number of topics circulating around here. We'll have some fun with it. I put the link in the chat relatively early. I don't know how long I'll be on, but we're definitely gonna make it do what it do while we're here. We're gonna make it do what it do while we're here. On the last show, for some odd reason, there was some weirdness where the the audio of the intro didn't have audio. I don't even understand that. Let me make sure that I got audio. Okay, y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me definitely. All right, still setting things up. I've been doing good getting this ball rolling lately, sticking to a schedule. Today, the worst day of all to get off schedule. Because that last Friday wrap-up show, I know a lot of people look forward to the Friday shows. Normally have a big special guest on Friday and we get it in and go wild. But it's about you today. Come on up. The link gonna be in the chat early. We gonna chop it up. Y'all gonna damn near pick the topics, even though I got a few things I do want to touch on, but y'all just basically can throw out the topic today and we just gonna chop it up and kick it. Don't know how long I'm gonna be on, but we're going to see what happened. We're going to make it do what it do. So peace, salute, shout out to everybody that's in the building. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right. What is going on? Like to welcome everybody to the show. We got Got a few people in here. 51 people in the building already. 51 people in the building. Let's make sure you hit that like button. As I'm about to hit the like button right now as we speak, soon as it pop up. Only 13 on the likes. Y'all are boiling. Y'all are playing me to the left today. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Whoa, that ain't half bad. That actually hit kind of hard. Sorry for coming on later. I like to get it in around 9 a.m., even though me and Game Changer did it at 10 a.m. EST yesterday. Tried to give him an extra hour of snooze, extra hour of sleeping because he on the West Coast. But shout out to Kenny Conjo in the building with the first comment. Said, Friday greetings, bro. I hope you aren't going to freestyle rap. No. The Freestyle Friday shows meaning that the topic is very loose and fluid. Basically, what happens in the second hour, well, normally the third hour of the show, the topic gets very loose, very fluid, and just whatever we just vibe on, that's what we talk about. So we kind of like starting it off. We starting the show off today in the second or third hour. Put it like that. That's normally what I consider the freestyle shows where we just kind of wing it. I mean, I got a few things that I'll touch on to get us started, but you know, it's the audience could throw it out there today. I'm gonna put the link in the chat relatively early, and we just gonna chop it up, chill. I probably won't leave it up. Ugh, that was a weird swallow. Every swallow feel like it went down the wrong tube. But yeah, shout out to everybody. GMB in the building. GMB in the building. Says, please support the Melody in the building. Says, please support the platform with super chats or cash apps. Got my cash app link right there. We appreciate that, Melody. We definitely appreciate that. Chief BD in the building. Wayman Brown, Excalibur. Sorry if I missed somebody up there. Damn, that's got the Bruce Lee picture. I never noticed that. Ephraim McKenzie in the building. I meant to put off the rip Melody. You are doing great moderating. Yeah. Aaron B in the building. Ronald Calhoun in the building. Darth Low IQ in the building. New in the building. Shout out to New. Sack Passa, he says, what's up, everyone? Hope the morning is going well. And money was made today in stocks. I haven't even checked none of that today. I know Bitcoin and Ethereum been doing good for me. Bitcoin and Ethereum been doing good. Zero says, who wants to fight? Who wants some from Debo? Yeah. Mr. Negative, the negative man in the building, he says, why won't women engage in actual polygyny even though they already share men? There's the topic. I've been trying to, been plotting on, even though I had two female lead-offs, Jessica X, a few weeks ago. I don't know if that was even a whole month ago. It was a little while ago. It seemed time flies, but at least 2 weeks ago. I had Jessica X as a lead off, and then Sisterhood George as a lead off. And I might need a break from that. Might need a break from a female lead off. But I do want to find a woman who's it's a few names that circulate in my head. That would be good candidates for a female interview of a woman who actually engages or at least mouth the platitudes of polygyny. Real quick before I deal with your comment, your topic suggestion, Mr. Negative Man, Ty City, you sent a super chat on that show that the one-on-one I did with Sisterhood George. You made a good super chat that went over my head. I was a little slow. I was lost in like a blizzard of fuckery, and I couldn't make out what you was trying to say. But you made a real good point in your super chat because I rewatched it and I saw that one of them was saying that no, you need to be feminine, but you need to You need to pre-qualify or make sure that he's masculine or make sure that he qualifies for femininity or qualifies for submission. And then Sister George was like, no, we know up front who's who, and we got a way of figuring out who's who, and we gonna act accordingly. And you was pointing out that they was up there contradicting each other real bad, like they should have been debating with each other. That was a good observation that I didn't catch that. It's like whichever way the gas light need to go, wherever the gas light need to blink, that's where it's gonna blink at the time. But that was interesting. That was interesting. But you made a good observation that I missed. But I might circle back to that. But good observation though, Ty City. But no, that was definitely, yeah, that was definitely a wild one. Let me check out these super chats before I get back to that topic. Grown man business in the building. #men first. Shout out to GMB. This one a long time. We and him was plotting on getting together, doing some collabs, and then it fell off. GMB don't collab that much, but I might drag him in here. One of these days. Sika and Yang in the building. He says, I pay my tithes and the bros. I ain't trying to block no blessings. LOL. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, super chat. You was in the back chat. I didn't see you at first, but then by the time I did see, I I left you in the back chat the last show. And I really didn't want to. I really didn't want to. It was a lot of people in the back chat. I didn't want a wild, crazy panel, and I wanted to keep it to 2 hours and 30 minutes. So after me and Game Changer did about an hour and a half, a little big Nate came on and did an opening diatribe. And so I was like, I'm just going to bounce off these two. I did let, I think, Silent up, but I pretty much wanted to keep it short and small panel. Don't be taking it personal, fellas. Well, I know you didn't because you super chatted right away, but I just want to thank you for the super chat and let it be known, definitely under normal conditions, you definitely will be brought up, but I left you in the back chat forever. It happens sometimes, depending on who I'm trying to have on the panel and how long I want the damn show to be. But shout out to you. Appreciate you coming through with the super chat. But to the topic at hand. Oh, we got another one. Great Britain in the building for that guy named Truth. Ether and Sister George, brother was on point. # free curling. Yeah, I like Truth. He new to this space, and he come up. I don't necessarily agree with everything. God damn, that was loud. I don't necessarily agree with everything he got to say, but he definitely do. Got some good stuff to say. Got something to add to the space. I see him starting the channel. For what it's worth, I do see him starting the channel at some point in the future. So I tend to let the brother up to have his say. I think he has potential. He's got what it takes. No. Shout out to we got Cash Apps in the building. I'm gonna get back to that topic. Because that's something that we have touched on this show before. Keith Mansa in the building says, great streams this week. You went in. Oh shit, here I go saying people government name, but you know who you are. I'm not going to say your YouTube name because I already just exposed your government name, so I don't want people to make the connection, but you know who you are, and I appreciate the Cash App. Thanks for coming through on the Cash App in. Yeah, this week was a good week. It really would have been topped off perfectly. If I was trying to get Lil Big Nate to round it out today on Friday, that would have been a perfect week of interviews. I still got another interview coming tomorrow. That's going to be a doozy. I don't even want to tell y'all yet. I think I want to surprise y'all with that one, but I do got another one. I got another one in my back pocket, but it would have been a perfect lineup if I would have been able to get Lil Big Nate in here on Friday. I tried to hit Obsidian at the last minute because it was somebody else who I'm not going to tell y'all about that didn't go through, but I'm going to save that one because I want that one to be a surprise coming down the pipeline too. So it had like 3 potentials that didn't that I couldn't get to go through, but either way, this week was definitely a good week. I'll try to do that. I'm going to start this weekend sending out a lot of emails, getting everybody set up to get a nice little lineup of interviews. Well, I swear, I don't know how to. I got two phones, and I put muted. Okay, now I got them both muted. Yeah, two phones, like a good, honest, unfaithful man. No, no, I got two phones because I just switch providers. So this is my old phone. This is my new phone. I haven't switched everything over yet. You know, that little process that you got to download the app and transfer all your data and information and stuff over. I haven't even done that yet. So I'm walking around with two phones. Like I'm cheating on my woman. Got two phones over here. Opinionated Brother Radio in the building. Shout out to you. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. We got Omega Dreads Gaming Channel in the building. Says, and the social science gets done, and we make a neat weapon for the people who are still alive. You on some post-apocalyptic stuff there. On some post-apocalyptic stuff there, I see. Okay. J3 in the building says, a donation to get Bernard glasses so he can read super chats without squinting. I'm good. I don't need no glasses. Bernard Snake Eyes Riley. I can call the dice before they done rolling. You new Gen Zs don't get that joke. Ty City saying he might gossip tonight. You stay gossiping. Cut it out, Ty City. You stay gossiping. I don't talk about women, but I talk about men who talk about women. I love Ty City. I had to hit him with a few body blows. Gossiping ass. New Manosphere 27.5B. Shit. I know he got some. When he pull out his clips, he don't really be clowning me in the clips, but I know out of all I didn't log too many hours, and he said he listened pretty much every day. So I know out of all the hours that I've logged, I'm sitting there thinking I know I done slipped up and said some stupid shit that I know Ty City, when necessary, he gonna pull it out on me. I was like, I'm halfway nervous out here. I'm legit nervous because I know I done slipped up and said something that's worth clipping, but he ain't never really got me with the clips. He never got me. He get a lot of people on my show, and I be involved. I be associated to the clip. I be sort of guilt by association. But he ain't never just played a clip of me just full blown just talking out my ass. But I know he got it somewhere. He gonna come for me when the time right. Yeah, we hating on Ty City today. That's what we doing. King Dodongo in the building. Two phones. Salute, man. One of them don't got service though. I'm not gonna comment too much about what Fantastic put out there about said individual. That was new information to me, and the whole time I was just sitting there wishing, like I wanted to Google, okay, how do you unknow something? You know something, how do you I'm sitting there trying to, how do you unknow? How do you unlearn information? I wanted to not know that. I was disappointed to know that information. That I was just like, I didn't know what I didn't know what to do with that information, man. MOT was, what about the fuck nigga guess you have on? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, MOT. MOT, you ain't seen nothing yet. You Ooh, MOT, you go. Yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. Got a special guest coming tomorrow that's just gonna brighten your day, MOT. It's gonna brighten your day. Who I have on tomorrow. When O'Shea had everybody on his show, you ain't ride on O'Shea like that. But yeah, it's gonna brighten your day when you see who I have on tomorrow. The broke back and giblets perspective. Yeah, they coming, MOT. They coming. They coming. They are coming. I do want to touch on what Mr. Negative the Negative Man said. The general consensus with me when it come to that whole polygyny thing and why they don't want to do it, why a lot of women don't want to do it, but they okay with being the side piece, is two things. One, with polygyny, if done correctly in the same house with the man as the leader, it's a certain form of structure with that. Even in the separate house stuff that I'm finding out about, shout out to David Johnson, it still can be a certain, a certain amount of structure with that. They don't want no structure with it. Shout out to Angry Man. I think Angry Man said that before. I think Angry Man touched on that. There's no structure in being a side piece. When you being a side piece, you could be reckless, you could be dysfunctional, you could behave and conduct yourself however you want to do. You could be strong, independent, free. I can do what I want. I can do bad all by myself. I can do good all by myself. I can fuck who I want and fuck who I don't. Whatever. I'm that bitch. That's the freedom that being a side piece gives them. Or to quote Sisterhood George, if y'all don't understand that, she's part of the sisterhood, people me and Game Changer was talking about. She a part of them. She just I don't even know if to say a covert undercover mole, because she pretty much wear it on her sleeves. She's a card carrying member that we just let under the tent. I think that's a misogyn war right there. I thought I blocked you, but thanks for the super chat. I ain't giving it back. Appreciate it. I'm a part of the sisterhood. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. But she's a part of the sisterhood, and she said that, in her words, to quote her, as she so eloquently said, being a side piece makes you get viewed as the victim. You're the victim of circumstances. And she worded it very specific. She said, as the side piece, you get to be the victim. Emphasis on that, you get to look like the victim. But if you just engage in a polygynous situation, then yeah, you her words, she said you look weak or desperate or something like that. So yeah, so they want to be able to claim victimhood for their own decisions. And I think also the structure of being in an actual structured situation. Now, my personal philosophy and theory on that is that she said, Bernard, you sisterhood as fuck. You had me on a guest on your show. You participate in sisterhood activities. Okay, well, how about I just block your ass, huh? How about that? How about that? Oh, speaking of you, what happened when ARC was on your show? I didn't listen to all of it. I listened to a little bit at the beginning, and I came at the end. I came back in at the end to listen, and when y'all were recapping the interview in ARC, I heard him say, and the only little criticism that he didn't like is that it was a part where you know, your man felt kind of some kind of way about you know, how I was talking to you, or that I disrespected y'all relationship in some type of way. And I'm sorry about that, Sister George. I didn't mean to be getting your pussy so wet on the air in front of your man. So that's basically what ARC said. That's the part I came back in and caught. So so what exactly happened? Did anybody see it? Was anybody listening to that? You finally showed up. Curlin M don't get a backbone now, nigga. Oh, Curlin tried to Kanye her finally. Like better late than never, but damn. Somebody said Curlin feelings. I honestly didn't see it. I honestly didn't see it. She's saying no, he didn't. He said Ty City just clipped you. Careful, Bernard. Repeating what people say on record is gossip now. Shamey Tactic 21. That's right. God damn it. That's right. Great Britain saying he finally dropped out the clouds. No, he be on the scene. Grown man business. Says just me, but you will never see my wife online in male spaces. Bring on the insecurity shaming. Yeah, I ain't with that either. Like, you know, if my woman wants a media voice or of some sort, she got to go a different route. The male space is not how she's going to go about it. There's female spaces, come up through the ranks through there, and yeah, that's how you're going to do that. This is what it is. But she came up through the ranks through the manosphere. She's a woman who's a part of the manosphere, and that yeah. That's the resistance. She's part of the resistance. Great Black Wolf Inc. says, greetings, Captain. Just like Dave East, I am on a different type of time. Commence with the effery. You can't be using what I said against me. Now, I really don't mind what if Ty City used something that I said. It just he hasn't exactly dedicated, at least, well, I haven't heard everything he's done, but I haven't heard him just like he's went in. He's done a whole stream strictly on stuff Obsidian said. I ain't never got like that, but I'm sure over the 2-3 hours a day of being on the air for a whole year, I know I've said something. I know I've said something stupid somewhere, or something that didn't make sense somewhere, or something that probably sounded a little simpery, a little simpish. Probably slipped up somewhere and said something, possibly. So I'm just saying, Ty City probably got a clip of me in his back pocket that he gonna pull out. That's all I'm saying. So when I be cracking jokes on Ty City, I be like, let me chill, and keep a log of everything. Everyone turn to page number 10 ad hominem Bible, chapter 6, single mother raised. Thank you, Zero, for your super chat. Thank you, Melody, for your super chat. But I do want to know what happened. I don't want to listen to the whole discussion. I don't. I can't listen to them talk for that long. But I do understand that they really explored, you know, game and seduction, and perhaps they were asking for examples of this, or he was telling the stories and, you know, getting all graphic in the stories, and I heard him say that he liked to use the person he's talking to as an example in the story or something like that. So so if anybody know what happened, feel free to Hell no. Anybody know what happened? Feel free to state clearly exactly what happened, because I don't know and I don't want to go through to take the time to listen to it. But it was like somebody said, some phone sex. I think it was like a little phone sex session live on the air. It was funny. The part I listened to in the beginning, they both admitted to being fake. That was interesting. Concrete Rose, she was like, "Well, Sister George ain't that fake, but I'm fake as hell. We both be faking." Like it was almost like, yeah, we know we ain't shit, and we it was basically like they was like Concrete Rose purported to be prudish or whatever, and then admitted that it was fake. That was funny. That was funny. That was funny. Which y'all liable, y'all gonna make me mess around and go listen to it. Which I don't want to, which I can only could stomach them in 5-minute increments. I only could listen to their show in 5-minute increments. And it's funny how those 5 minutes always give me something to talk about. But the Mac the Trucker, hell no. I will never do a one-on-one with RBR. I can't. He's that character off the air. He's legitimately that character off the air. One time, because I used to bring him up at the very tail end of my show. I would bring him up and let him just go off. And then I'm like, okay, all right, in the show. And then, because when you push end, everybody who you see on the panel is right there in the back, and basically just a private discussion, exactly like what you see on the show. So sometimes some good discussions may happen off the air. I'm the type, I get the hell on. I'd be like, all right, y'all, thanks, appreciate it, blah, 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 click, I'm out. I normally get right out unless, me and somebody, discussing the future project or something. I keep it all business off the air. But I chopped it up with RBR for a little bit off the air, and it wasn't long, like probably 30 seconds into the conversation of me just filling him out off the air. And he was like, "Well, come on, man, you got to stop helping them kill us. You're helping the Russians kill us with all that stuff you're saying." Like, RBR, you do see there's no audience here. It's just me and you. What are you talking about? But no, it's not even an act. I think he's really that person. I think that's really who he is. And I can't believe it. I thought the tone of his voice was going to change. He was like, "Hey, man, good show, man. All right, dude. I'll holler at you, dog." I thought it was going to be like that. But he's still, "You got to stop helping the Russians kill us." I'm like, RBR, nobody's listening. "Yeah, and the Russians are killing us, and you're helping them." I'm like, "No, RBR, we off the air." "Yeah, Russians. Nazis." I'm like, "Oh. This isn't an act. This isn't his radio personality. This man needs help. This shit is clinical. RBR needs some damn help." Something is wrong with him. So no, I will never do a one-on-one with him. Ever. Mr. Fantastic in the building. He says, he said, I think he means if I listen to anybody, let me blow that up so I can quit squinting. I'm still going to squint. I had to blow it up, make it bigger. So if I listen to anybody and anything long enough, you can make a contradiction. People that don't have their own okay, I ain't with you. I agree with you on the first part. I think you about to take a shot, and so I'm just reading right now. People that have their own thoughts have to wait on the thoughts of others, or people that don't have their own thoughts have to wait on the thoughts of others to make fun of, to have something to say. End quote. The first part of it, if you listen to anybody and anything long enough, you can make a contradiction depending on how you edit it. I remember Solo TV 84 said he interviewed two white girls. He said he knows exactly how to edit it to make it look like he had a threesome. Or if you stop it and then talk and colorize what was said and then play something else with what was said. But when you colorized it, as they say in radio world or color commentary in sports or whatever, when you colorize it, if you colorize it for 5 to 10 minutes or so and then play the next part of it where they really said 1 or 2 sentences, but you spent 5 to 10 minutes adding your thoughts to it, and then you play the other part, people are connecting the other part to your thoughts and not directly to what was said. So what was said looks a little worse than what was actually said. So that's the problem with the clipping. However, there are times when people have said some bullshit and Ty City played the bullshit and it was bullshit. So for that reason, I don't knock the Clip City Express over there. I don't knock it because it's times where times where he had Obsidian and he played what Obsidian said. Yeah, he added his commentary, but Obsidian said what he said. And on a recent show, when Obsidian came up here, I asked him a question based off what Ty City said that he would, based off what Ty City colorized it as, and Obsidian stood in it and confirmed. Yes, that's exactly what the fuck I said. You niggas need to, niggas need to have, so there's times when he's played the clip and it was exactly like what it was. So that way I can't knock it. I can't knock it. But then there's some times where I'm like, 50-50 on that one. 50-50 on that one. Black Wolf Inc. in the building with a super chat. Everyday Valet says, Fantastic is right, LOL. I've listened to him. This isn't an act. You're just crazy. Yeah, RBR is on some real deal Holyfield craziness. Link in the chat. Sisterhood George says Ty City a lie, I promise. Ty City's a lie, I promise. Somebody, when y'all get a chance, send me the timestamp of whatever happened on the Broke Down Woman's Perspective. Send me a timestamp of whatever happened. I have no idea, and I don't want to listen to it to find out. But I do want to have that in my back pocket to pull out on Sister George next time she come up here talking crazy. All right, he said, get BR on this. No, get out. No. RBR is not coming on. No, stop it, Zero. What are you doing? You can't be with that. You Zero. You better than that, man. What do you mean? Get RBR on the show. No. Bernard humming slaves hymns. No, actually, it's a show called on Netflix called The End of the Fucking World, about some psychopath kid who started dating this girl. He was trying to find somebody to kill because he wanted to kill an actual person. And so he started dating this girl that he was going to try to kill her, but then he started liking her. But she was just as crazy and sick and twisted as he was. So they just had a little crazy, sick, twisted relationship. But long story short, it has a nice soundtrack of like some old songs that if you like old music, you'll like some of those songs. So I was humming one of the songs on there. I forgot the name of it. But it do got an old timey sound, but it's not a slave hymn. But it got a real old sound. I think it's from the 60s. Uh-oh. Somebody gave it to me. He got it right there. All right. I'm not gonna play it right here on my show because she's gonna try to get it strike down. But what I will do, let me pull up the YouTube feed of this. Let me pull up the YouTube feed. Ricardo Rodney. And let me copy that. Wait, hold on. I got to copy the whole thing. Give me a second. Give me a second, fam. Oh, shit. The squint game is real. All right. There we go. All right. All right. Got that copied. Just going to give me that. Just going to give me that jewel. Let me email this to myself. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to stop the show for a second. This is important business. This is important business. I'm about to email this to myself so I don't lose it. I'm Clip City today. All right, there we go. There we go. Zero in the building. All right, got a one-on-one. Got a special one-on-one guest today. Don't say nothing because I can't hear.
No, we don't.
Can't hear nothing. And yeah, Sister Georgia, got to wipe all the dust and earwax off my earbuds. And just so you know, why you talking shit.
All right, so while Bernard don't got his headphones in, so I know Bernard don't watch my shit. It's impossible for him to watch my shit.
Ish headsets. I just don't like them. I don't like having shit on my head.
If he
I don't
did,
wear hats.
he'd know that.
I don't wear glasses. Zero, if you talking, I can't hear damn thing.
For me to want RBR on the fucking show.
You still talking? I can't hear. Let me get this earwax off. Earwax and dust off. Hold on.
Yeah. So yeah. Bernard don't watch my shit.
Sister George said I can clean my ears. She could clean her. Never mind. You clean your wig. Well, you don't clean your wig. I know you have curling in there, hand washing and blow drying your wig when you get through wearing it at night. You just take it off and throw it at them. And you go.
But y'all see how he is, though, right?
Who? Who is?
You don't watch my shit. If you did,
Zero, hold on. I watch you after your shit be up for like a week and a half, sometimes 2 weeks, and then I go watch it. Look, I don't watch you live that much.
So you know that it's not out of the ordinary for me to want RBR on your show. All I do is troll.
Yeah. I've never really heard you. Well, maybe I have just forgot that you.
I have commentary. I have commentary in there and stuff, but most of the time I just be talking shit.
I know. I was just talking shit with that one, but I'm like, don't join the. It's like I saw like 7 people in the chat saying, no, maybe not 7, but enough people for me to notice gave a thumbs up to RBR being on the show, and I got 2 or 3 super chats about it, and I just was like, no, Zero, you better than that. Come on.
That's because he's amazing. You ever
he's not.
People watch?
All the time.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all I do on my channel is people watch. You know, It's like some of the funniest fucking people in the world here.
Oh yeah, I agree. But what do you think about that when I said that I talked to RBR behind the scenes and he was the same damn person? Like, what would you expect being an intelligent people watching brother? Wouldn't you think that what he's doing is an act? And what was your thought on that before I said that information?
No, because I got his DVD.
He got a DVD?
Yeah, I bought his DVD.
But the DVD could be an edited act as well.
No, it's not. It's a documentary.
About what?
About sellouts and coons. Yeah, and this DVD was made a long time ago. Like this is a young RBR.
What?
Yeah, it's a young RBR. Yeah, I bought the DVD last year. It's amazing. Yeah,
I'm down.
SKC got it.
I'm down to buy DVDs for research. Like I said, I bought the DVD Game King. Well, not DVD, but it's a online. I think you can buy an actual physical copy of it, but I just bought it online, and so yeah, I'm all for supporting and buying stuff. Agree or disagree, but I bought Larry Elder's Uncle Tom, bought Game King, bought a few other things, but I'm
finna get Game Kings too because me and MOT supposed to be reviewing it. But look, you don't want to miss out on
y'all review is going, man. It's like I liked it because I like to see brothers producing stuff, so I liked it, and it's a couple individuals that I do think say some good things. But far as them over the top gamey one-liners that y'all like to make fun of. Y'all gonna hear everything. Y'all gonna hear everything from the right pair of shoes to get your dick sucked. Y'all gonna hear all that on there. It's like
it's true. It's not like they lying. They're not wrong.
Yeah, I know, but that's the type of stuff that y'all be clowning, and then that's the more basic stuff. And then I told you how they it's some one-liners on there that y'all gonna have some fun with, and I hate that I
heard them all. I heard them all.
I hate that I even introduced that to y'all because y'all gonna shit on brothers' hard work. But
I didn't heard all those liners growing up. So yeah, even the cover, the cover is pure comedy.
Yeah,
they look like the fucking Cucks this league.
The what? Come on,
it's amazing.
Get out of it. Why they look like why do they look like Cucks?
The Cucks this league.
On the cover.
On the cover. You don't see them poses?
Man, go. Okay.
Niggas look serious about the game.
Okay. Look at what Jessica X saying. She says Bernard is sisterhood. He supplies them with bundles on the weave side of the game. Yeah. I thought about that. That was a moral dilemma in doing so, but I was like, no, if they buying, I'm gonna sell. I'm gonna buy wholesale and sell retail and make some money off of their dysfunction. But anyway, that's horrible. I mean, not make some money off their dysfunction. I mean, serve my community as a young black entrepreneur. Okay.
You don't think it's dysfunctional to say? You ever seen you ever been to a circus?
Yes.
All right, you ever see the ringmaster with his ridiculous ass outfit because he's trying to attract attention to himself, and he got like his magic wand and all that.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between him and them niggas? Because he got shiny shoes, like he got nice shoes, so because you want people to look at him.
I was gonna say that those guys don't tame wild animals, but
yes, they do. Keisha's a wild animal.
or them niggas that be flying chicks out with them sandals in Dubai. I mean, they literally get to use chicks as toilets. So I mean, niggas gonna start wearing sandals.
Right. You should look up space docking on Urban Dictionary.
Why do I need to look that up? Just tell me about it. Well, shout out real quick. Shout out to New. He says RBR been on the same since he was on BET, but no, I didn't know he was on BET. I didn't know. He says Link Zero's channel. Somebody want the link to your channel.
What?
So drop your link, Zero. Somebody want the link to your channel. Anwar Dunbar.
I don't have a channel.
Okay, cool. Okay, RBR was booted off Twitter before Trump was multiple times. I can believe that. I definitely can believe that. Where are we at? All right, I think one more just came. No, I think that's it. I think that is it. Somebody dropped a link to Zero channel because for the gentleman. They should
be trying to get the link to Melody channel, not mine.
What's your official thoughts on that? Melody starting the channel in this space. Well, I don't know if they. Well, what's your official thoughts on that, Zero?
Well, I mean, she finally stopped being afraid of money. That's all it is.
But she's not doing it for the money. She's doing it for the love of the game.
Sure, that's cool, but you know, you afraid of money too. I wanted the topic today should be, 2.0 ask question. Are black people really afraid of success? Y'all keep fucking around. Like, so you, Mr. Fantastic, even a lot of channels, y'all need to just fucking team up with a nice pair of titties and go ham. Cause right now y'all doing this fucking slow pace thing that niggas do where it take them years to do some shit that they should have did years ago.
Yeah, give up on niggas. Yeah. I said that last night.
With a woman.
Yeah, give up on niggas. Like I said, bro, I'm the BBW king, man. All I need is a big red bone fine ass bitch to, you know what I'm saying, be a co-host and talk about loving fucking on big bitches all day. I mean, I'd make a killing. I really do care about you niggas. I hope y'all understand that. It's a lot of money I'm leaving on the table. I mean,
right, but fantastic. You could still do like your controversial topics. That's not, you don't have to change your format at all. It's just that if you do it with a chick, the motherfucker's gonna tune in.
Well, okay. This is, I look at it like this. I understand that you kind of joking, kind of trolling, but kind of serious. If done right, I think it could work. If it's done in a way sort of like how, the chick Robin on Howard Stern, she wasn't fine or nothing, but she kind of just like, read the news or read the topic and, or she just had a small supporting role where she probably talked 5% of the time, but she was there. If you have a hot chick,
you don't have to follow that. You don't have to follow the ugly bitch in the corner paradigm.
No. But no, what I'm saying is she don't got to be the voice on the show. She could just be on the show and she could like just, I don't know, do the transitions from one topic to another or read the tea leaves or whatever,
man,
just stuff like that.
TV shit. No. What's more engaging is the way you do it here. Like, for instance, when you and Sister George be talking, it's a dynamic back and forth. It's not a situation where you're doing that traditional broadcast bullshit where she'll just read a headline and then you kind of go in on it and then she giggles and then you move on to that. No, that's bullshit. That's old shit. Mm-hmm. This is new shit. I'm talking about new shit. Y'all go back and forth and y'all both know what y'all talking about the topic. That's what you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's
you don't want to like put a bitch in a corner and then say you're here because you're here. No, like the whole conversation is what motherfuckers want. That's why broadcast TV failing, because they do the thing where they just get a chick on there and put her ass in the corner.
Well, I think people like the back and forth between me and Sister George, but don't nobody want to see her. So
right, but when y'all
it won't work with her.
Right, but when y'all be talking about the whatever topic y'all talking about, there's the thing that because y'all both can actually give an opinion on it and have it be, relevant, entertaining. She's speaking from her fucking feelings, and you speaking from your man body. It's more entertaining than just having, a bitch in a corner show.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Jessica X is saying we need the Sister George and Bernard weekly collab. Now, Jessica X, I'm on to you. That's just you trying to implement the early phases of the sisterhood takeover. You didn't show your cards.
What do you mean? That you are we already lost that war. What the fuck you talking about?
I know.
He said early phases. We on our fucking knees. He said early phases.
I was about to say Jessica X trying to move us to phase 2, but no, it's like phase 17. We already
it's over with.
Nah, I'm just playing, Jessica. We cool. We cool. But shout out to that brother Peter in the building. He says Zero is on to something. BR and Danny can take their George and Weezy X. See, her name George, Sister George. So I was like, I thought he was being redundant. Take their George and Weezy act on the road. Yeah, that's kind of yeah. Don't nobody want to see her. Don't nobody want to see her though.
And then look, Fantastic be doing like a lot of controversial and incendiary ass topics, right? And he had a female co-host to that, and then all of the helmet strap niggas that come on his, oh my god, epic. He got a dude that comes over to his channel that can literally turn any topic into racism. You could be talking about juice, fucking orange juice, and that nigga will find a way to turn it into white supremacy.
The white man.
Hey, who is that dude? Because I've heard that happen. See, normally when I'm listening to Fantastic, I normally got earbuds in and my phone is like on the table somewhere or in my pocket. So I don't always be hearing who is the dude to do that? I've heard him do it a few times.
It's a new cat. It's a fairly new cat, man. The Village Arsonist. That's his name. Nigga look like Mr. Potato
Village Arsonist. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I know about him. I didn't know that was him that was doing that shit. Yeah.
That nigga is talented.
He done Mike V done recruited him, man. He one of them combu niggas, bro. It's the white, everything the white man fault. Shout out to Mike V and the Black Brain Trust, man. You know.
Yo, this nigga is talented. He can turn anything into racism. Anything. I don't give a fuck what it is. Nigga, you could be talking about shit. I don't know. Shit, I don't know. Pick a fucking topic.
Yeah, breakfast cereal. Okay. Well, you see the leprechaun. It was black leprechauns, nigga. No, they don't show. It's Black History Month. They can't change it for a month to black. You know the original leprechauns was niggas.
Yeah, bring up peanut butter and jelly. He gonna flip that into something about racism.
The peanut butter. That's all they want to do. They want to tell you about George Washington Carver because they want to tell you about the peanut butter man. They don't want to tell you about the nigga that made the internet. And and the satellites, they just want to give niggas peanut butter.
Speaking of peanut butter and jelly, see, we all know George Washington Carver. We all know the man who made peanut butter. The black man who made peanut butter. I'm kind of feeling bad for whoever the white guy is that invented jelly. He don't get no big ups or nothing. But we can talk about the guy that made peanut butter all day, but nobody knows the white guy that made jelly.
You think a white man was out there stomping on fucking grapes?
That's a good point. Okay, okay, so just a team of niggas made jelly. They don't get no love either. The team of niggas that made jelly don't get no love. That's all I'm saying. Whoever made jelly gets no love. That's all I'm saying.
I bet if we ask the village burner, he'll know the nigga name who first started stomping grapes. he'll know the name of the first nigga that started barefoot stomping grapes. I've never seen a motherfucker be able to turn anything into racism. That shit is a talent, man. I thought I seen everything in Manosphere, man, but yeah, I ain't seen shit. The more you think you know, the more you don't.
So you serious? You think female co-hosts is Obsidian is already on? Just keep in mind,
come on, man.
That's happening. When Obsidian said that, well, I was about to say next year, but this year when Obsidian is on camera, it is going down. He said he's gonna preferably be able to get an in-studio co-host to do it, but if not, just a co-host on camera doing it like how we doing right now.
It don't matter how he does it.
Yeah, I didn't hear this. So hold on, wait. So Obsidian has officially co-signed a female co-host?
Oh no, he said that he's going to do it. He said he already like beta tested it when he he would have like Danica Marie on. I mean, he had Jessica X on. He'll have like women on and have them periodically have them co-host and just bouncing around playing with the idea. But he said officially when he's on camera, and he's probably gonna be on camera, with a. I mean, you could imagine how his setup probably gonna be, but he's gonna have to be on camera with a nice setup, and yeah, he talked about having a female co-host.
That's a great idea. I've been talking about female co-hosts since last year. What dudes gotta understand is you're not gonna win. I've been hearing niggas talk shit for years. Before I started doing content last year, I used to I had a long ass commute. I would read my audiobooks and listen to this and just listen to these niggas slowly give up. So over the years, you hear dudes talking all of this shit, but it's just like when y'all brought up the daughter nigga conversation, but whatever. So you hear these niggas talking shit all these years, talking about male space, and then at the same time going against what they're saying because they say shit like, well, I just want to be around just only niggas. I don't want to be around sausage fest, all this other shit. So it's like, nigga, you got to pick one. You can't say that you want a male space, but you want women in the male space. You got to pick, because as soon as you let women through the door, the game is over. Game's over. First order of business is to get you to talk nicer. And then after they get you to talk nicer, it prevents you from saying what you really want to say, how you really want to say it. Then after that, they just, they take the fucking razor and clip one of your nuts out, so you can still like speak with some bass in your voice, but you done lost a nut. So then they slowly start to work on the other nuts, because once they get the other one clipped off, that's when your voice goes up an octave. And then when that happens, you sound just like them, and then y'all can really have a conversation after that. So then you might as well, just get together. You see how that works?
You said get together?
Yeah, because once they get your balls cut off, the bass in your voice goes away, and now you sound like
get
them.
Together,
now
you
y'all
mean
can talk to each other. Yeah.
You mean get together in real life?
Yeah. No, get together. As is like manosphere related. Just
okay. Because I was about to say, if the end product of what you're saying was somebody getting together and getting some ass, then everybody was gonna be on board with it.
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm saying basically you're not gonna win once you let women in the door, and then dudes still be talking. You can't still be talking shit while at the same time giving them everything. Like, it's like you handing over your fucking wallet to a bitch, telling her, "Don't go spend my money." Hold this. Hold my wallet, but don't go to the mall. It's like, so yeah, man. And it's not like female co-hosts you'll still have a voice, because otherwise all you're gonna do, you basically prolonging the inevitable. You're prolonging the inevitable, and I'm not trying to be a mean or asshole about it, but you cannot compete with women when it comes to like social shit, because dudes want to see women.
Yeah.
Period.
Niggas want to fuck, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's it.
What's the name? Shout out to KS. He just did an interview with that chick that he was on Big Jaw. So the chick that what's his name? CT. They had a big run. I think a few years back where they was doing like the comedy thing. I can't remember if it was CT something, but he used to use her, and then I think Big Jaw and them started kind of like intermingling, and he did a interview with that chick Jenny Babis, the little, I don't know what, some kind of Asian chick, and yeah, man, niggas want to see chicks at the end of the day. I mean, right. No matter how manly a man is, nigga, part of being manly is fucking hoes. So I'm just saying. So yeah. Eventually it's gonna happen.
I mean, it's not a terrible thing if it's done correctly. Like, for example, okay, I'll reference the Howard Stern thing again. I never felt like Robin was running the damn show on Howard Stern. It's been plenty of men who have had shows, ran shows, conducted shows, but had a female co-host doing something. I didn't feel like that woman had control of it. It didn't look like she had control of it. So really low key, what you're saying is, when you scratch beneath the surface, is you're basically saying, you niggas gonna fold if y'all do that. If y'all go that far, y'all gonna let the woman take over.
No. Because listen, no, it's not folding. It's just, again, understanding the dynamic of like what the mass public wants. That's why you have two shows with the same premise. You got Undisputed, and then you got First Take, right?
Yeah.
And the whole thing is what they have the woman that's like the moderator between the two men. So even though the woman is just pretty much there to be eye candy and to switch topics, she's still there. Why? Because at the end of the day, yeah, you enjoy niggas arguing, the best debaters than ever. But if you put a pair of titties in between that, I mean, titties makes everything's better. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Except Lil Nas. Oh my God. Like, hey, that nigga,
okay,
he is officially disbanded from the dark skin delegation. He is not one of us, by the way. That's my official statement as one of the currently chair sitting members.
All right, well, I've never heard what was their name? Miley Curran. On I've never heard the female co-host on First Take she don't got the power to tell Stephen A. Could you not be so loud? Then turn or on Skip and Shannon. You know, Shannon, could you stop yelling? Damn Skip Bayless, could you stop being so illogical when it comes to LeBron?
Right. Okay, Bernard,
she can't do that. She just can host the show. So I'm saying
Bernard,
I'm agreeing. Hold on, I'm agreeing with y'all that yeah, you can have women on the show long as you a goddamn man. You run the show, you control the show, and you make them shut up when you're ready for them to shut the fuck up. They get a input when they want to or when you want them to. Put it like that. You can still run the show, and if they happen to have titties while doing that, then yeah, I do see that's better for views and better for ratings. But you still got to be you got to run the shit. You can't let her take the shit over.
No, I'm not talking about her taking it over. See, so here's the first thing you're doing is you're still thinking about this in terms of that old 20th century broadcast paradigm. You sound like one of those white people that miss slavery days and shit. Like this is how things used to be. The thing is, you don't have that power anymore.
What power don't I get?
You understand? You have to cooperate now. Robin and Howard Stern are from a different time. It was a better time, you know, where black people knew their place. You know, like people knew what role that they had to play. You know, in those days, and those were the good old days back then. You know, where people just knew what things were, and you know, social etiquette was.
Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, if people actually wanted to see Sister George, and I had her be like the co-host for like the first hour of the show, and then I went into like the interview, are you saying I would have to cooperate with her in some kind of way? Or would I just we basically do what we be doing, but when she started talking too much, I just mute her or drop her down or whatever, or tell her to go, you know, adjust her wig or whatever.
Okay, so the paradigm, is this. It's a naturally a show that's just natural conversation. So you and your female co-hosts are just pretty much talking and bantering, and then when you're going like down a litany of issues or whatever the topic is for the day, you're having a conversation about it versus a bitch go sit in the corner and then I'm gonna give my opinion and you giggle.
Mm-hmm.
You give me. She's not taking over the show. It's the same way how you know how marriage used to be property rights and now it's a negotiation. Same thing. The show, you know, it's a cooperative endeavor. And so you both you know because it's all about equality, man. You know, you share the success and the limelight and the interest. You know, naturally she has an advantage because niggas are more interested in titties than pecs, but you know the conversation is there, and that's what people want to see. They want to see men talking to women that's like in a more conversational style.
Yeah, I okay. All right.
That's the thing.
I follow you. I'm with you. Red sings the blues. He says, donation to you, Bernard. Send you an email. I want to get you on my podcast next month. Right on. I'll definitely check that out. I'll get back at you. Great Britain in the building. He says, yeah, turn Grown Man Hour into the Breakfast Club.
No, this will be a completely different show. What the fuck? No, niggas not getting this, man. All right. Let's loosen our helmets. Let's start over. New show. new show. And just more conversation. Because, okay, here's what Perfume proved. When you have conversations with women, dudes want to see that conversation. They don't care about you putting a bitch in a corner. They want to see the conversation because a lot of men live vicariously through that conversation. I mean, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing to say, but that's really what it is.
Yeah, niggas are scared to talk to females in real life, so they need another man to do it for them. So that's why Kevin Samuels thing went like nuclear, because women started hearing what the hell he was saying, and bitches also have this thing where they need to finally hear a man that's not gonna tell them what they want to hear and tell them the truth. So it's like that whole formula thing working, and then he got viral a couple of times. So that's the magic sauce, man. That keeps on giving.
You know how many niggas wanted to tell Keisha to sit the fuck down? and he did it. And everybody lived through that. Like, you know how many niggas like that want to smash Keisha and they could never tell her to sit down and shut the fuck up or just put her in her place. And Perfume did that, so everybody saw that and lived through that.
Could you not call him Perfume?
I think Obsidian trying to speak.
Could you not do that? Oh man, Village Arsonist, I see you down in the back chat. If the subject changed, we might I might bring you up later, but this ain't going where I think you want to take it. So
yes, it is. He can turn this into racism.
And that's what I'm saying. If the subject organically turned that way, I got you, Village Arsonist, but not right now. Not right now. Obsidian in the building. We were talking. I'm assuming what prompted you to come up is when Zero started throwing out the suggestion of having women on the show, on these shows in the Manosphere. I'm assuming that's what brought you up.
No, actually, what brought me up was your email. I'm just getting it. I apologize for the tardiness. It's been rough for past few days. I'm in among other things, I'm in the mad dash to get the book of Obsidian out. It's at the publishers as we speak. We had to kind of bounce back and forth on a couple of technical points. I'm trying to get some other logo work done with my graphic designer. So, I'm stepping things up in terms of production over on my channel. I'm working with a team of video guys. So, I'm, kind of messing around with that, plus handling some things at home. So that's what I've been up to. So I apologize for the late response. But
oh no, you're all right. Yeah, I was. I'm winging it today anyway. I had a couple of interviews that fell off that didn't go through. I tried to get you at the last minute, so I just said, screw it. We just gonna wing it. And so it turned out into a little something. Me and Zero and Fantastic had a good conversation going on here when Zero was suggesting that. Well, I'll let Zero lay out his case. I want you to hear it because I believe you said that you got intentions on doing something similar. So Zero, go ahead and explain.
No, I don't. No.
No. Obsidian got intentions on doing something similar. But so go ahead and explain what it is.
I heard it's perfect. It's good. So female co-hosts, that's the way to go. But again, I mean, you don't want to do you want to do it in a conversational style. I'm not sure when you came in, but you don't want to do the old 20th century broadcast TV model because
the Howard Stern Robin model.
Yeah, people like the interactivity. Your boy KS proved that. He proved that people want to see the interactivity in a more conversational manner, not put a bitch in a corner and then have her giggle at your jokes. That's much more engaging than entertaining than just dudes want to feel like they're in the conversation with women. It's just like Fantastic said, niggas want to fuck. It's real simple.
Well, I think that obviously, Kevin's success speaks for itself, and I think it's been quite a seismic shockwave, not just within the Black manosphere, just at this point everywhere. And I think that's a great thing. I think gives us all. I call what Kevin has done, in the popular culture and on the political stage with regard to 46th President Joe Biden ? They call it the Great Reset, and I call what Kevin has done the Great Recalibration. I think that I think what's interesting, and Zero's made some good points, is that it's a very tricky thing doing this with Black women, and I'm going to explain the reason why. And I think this is where Zero was going with this. And you tell me if I'm wrong, Zero. The trick with Black women doing this is that Black women is used to just kind of like running things.
Mm-hmm.
Black women have had a run of the public square that is really unprecedented when you think about it. When you sit down and think about it, no group of women have been able to pretty much run the table in terms of setting the turn, not only just being in the public square, but also setting the table for what is discussed, how it's discussed, handpicking the Black men who they will discuss it with. So this is a very disorienting period for Black women. The black manosphere of the past decade and Kevin Samuels of the past year has been a very disorienting experience for a lot of black women who have been used to running the public square. And, you know, we all know this. Kevin has had very contentious exchanges with black women where he tells them straight up, you know, you can't overtalk me. I run this here. See, a lot of black women want to run the public square and then have what I call fine-looking Negroes they can boss around. So they can go ahead and handpick. I'm going to use his name for a moment. You can go ahead and handpick a Barge Cujo and you bring him in and he does your yes man thing in the open nod and you can go and put him back off in the corner again. That has changed. Kevin has said, look, we can have a dialogue, but there are ground rules. And one of those ground rules is that I'm the big Mahaf. That's one of the ground rules. Now, he doesn't say that way, but that's what it is. I run this here. I get to determine how things go. There have been a number of sisters that there was a very famous incident when he was on Clubhouse, and a lot of people were asking me, am I going to be on there? The answer is yes, I will be on Clubhouse. One thing at a time. But everybody remembers the incident he had with Rochelle Ritchie. And Rochelle Ritchie, a good-looking woman, no doubt, the Eternal Seven personified, attempted to tell Kevin how to talk, how he should talk to people, how he should do things, and he just straight dumped her. That is, I think, what Zero is talking about. I think we have a lot of that to contend with moving forward. A lot of black women the main reason why they're upset with Kevin is because Kevin is the kind of guy right out of Central Casting. I call him right out of the Black Love Machine. I mean, he's cut right out of that mold, but he talks like the black manosphere. And that's what's really bothering them about that. Because a lot of black women need to believe that the black manosphere is a bunch of just, misfits and losers so they can have an easy foil. And Kevin doesn't give them that. So, and I agree with Zero and Mr. Fantastic on this, which is Kevin, absolutely. There are guys absolutely living vicariously through Kevin. Not only guys living through them, but to put a finer point on it, black men of a certain type. If you are a white-collar professional, you work with a lot of black women. You work with the Stacey Abramses and you work with the Rochelle Ritchies. And you have to walk on pins and needles and eggshells and tiptoe to the tulips because you say the wrong thing or something that's perceived as the wrong thing, and that's your job. You're done. Because Kevin, to be fair, does cater to a professional, for the most part, not totally, but for the most part, and I say this as a lifelong blue-collar brother, but for the most part, he does cater to a professional crowd. I'm talking about in terms of men. And a lot of those guys, and I know this for a fact, there are guys that listen to me, I know one brother, IBM Blue type brother, he would sit in his car and listen to my show in his driveway because he couldn't go in the house and listen to it because his wife wouldn't like it. She'd get upset and, plate throwing and all that would ensue. Okay? Now, this is years before Kevin came on the scene. So I know for a fact that what Zero and Mr. Fantastic are saying in that regard is absolutely true. Lots of brothers love it when Kevin puts a lot of these ladies in their short pants. And that's a dynamic that we have to appreciate. I heard you earlier talking about Howard Stern and Robin Givens. This is going to sound really messed up.
I don't think that was Givens.
Excuse me, I'm saying Robin Quivers. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Correction. I stand corrected. Robin Quivers. I hate to say this, man. See, black women have a different relationship with white men than they do with us. They're down to be just a sidekick. with black men, it's always a question of who leads. It's always that eternal power struggle. There can only be one. And it plays itself out big and small everywhere in Black America. It's always that power struggle. Always. And you see that almost every. I was watching Kevin last night on Instagram. And he was, once again, here we go with it can only be one who leads. You know, it's like, so Zero's concerns about the Black manosphere kind of scaling up the Kevin Samuels model, his concerns are real because Black women don't like the idea that Black men have their own ideas, have their own way of articulating those ideas, and don't require Black women's permission or approval to articulate those ideas and make money off of it. And much of those ideas, and this is Mr. Fantastic is right about this, is right. Much of those ideas have to do with pointed critique of Black women. And a lot of Black women can't take that. Pointed critique, not just, hoes and bitches. No, pointed critique. And a lot of Black women have a problem with that. So yeah, I think that I think that is the direction that it's going to go for those that want to, move a conversation forward and make a nice bit of coin doing it. Now, you'll have your Black Manosphere Party faithful who will continue to do what they do, and God bless them. But I think the direction and that's something I always wanted to do. I always wanted to have a conversation. So,
yeah, that makes sense. Now,
right on. Hold on. Hold your thought real quick. Zero. Ray Clemens in the building. Shout out to you for the super chat. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building. He says, if you have them on, it's best to give Black women lots of rope and let them hang themselves. And see, I kind of disagree with that. You let them talk too much, they're gonna be saying a bunch of crazy shit. And so you do, I don't give them too much rope. They be on a short leash, in my opinion. But he said it ends up being free advertising for SYSBM and MGTOW. All roads lead back to SYSBM and MGTOW for Mr. Shane Vicious. Where are we at? We got some more super chats in the building. Appreciate everybody for coming on through. Give me a second, trying to dig them up. I saw King Dadango. I don't even think you said something. I just think you dropped something in there. Gino Richardson says, you're dropping the link for all of us YouTube peasants later. Actually, at the beginning of the show, I dropped it for you peasants and mere mortals. So, but none of y'all came up, so it's too late now. But no, I might. I don't know how long I'm gonna be on. I didn't know what this was gonna turn into. But no, this was a freestyle show where I dropped the link like 20 minutes in. Anybody could have came up. Nobody came up, but eventually, Fantastic and Zero did. But so we'll see where it goes right now. But King Dadango in the building with the super chat. Appreciate that. And Indigenous TV in the building with another super chat. He says, Obsidian, have you ever considered getting into the promotion business? You have a real gift, LOL. I'm not being sarcastic either. You're a great hype man and you think big. I gotta hand it to you, OG.
Yeah, I actually have. I've been, doing test runs over the past few years, and I am something of a heck of a pitch man. So yeah, I'll be doing some stuff like that in the future. Be looking forward to Obsidian doing quite a few. I'll be like, move over, Samuel L. Jackson. Do you have Capital One in your wallet?
Zero, you was about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to single out Kevin on some shit, but what I'm speaking to is like a larger effect. So the whole thing about dudes living vicariously through that, that viral video and pretty much what he's doing on his channel, it speaks to a larger issue. Like men have been trying to have a loud and public conversation with women for a long time, right? Because they got a lot of power. And all of our talking points over the last decade plus speaks to this, like all the bipolar positions about, we need to talk to women because we're talking about women, but then we also take the position of we don't need to talk to them because we already know what they're gonna say. That's very bipolar thinking. And then so all these years, basically, men have been waving a white flag and just pretty exhausted from trying to game women into giving up power. And it's the same position that like MRAs and other groups, other male groups have taken over the last, like, I don't know, 60, 70 years. You're trying to, so women have legal and social power, and men are literally trying to talk them into giving it up. And it's not going to happen. So, but for black people in particular, men think if we have the conversation in public and at large, then we can accomplish some kind of goal with the social contract. That's pretty much the bigger idea. It's just,
wait, hold on, Zero. You talking about the power that they have? I'm thinking you're talking legal power, but then you say social contract.
Yeah,
but
legal and social power.
Well, the social part can get for example, Kevin Samuels, he's not speaking to getting any laws changed or nothing like that.
No.
So everything that he's talking about is ultimately social contract.
No,
and
I
not
get
legal.
that. All I did was just reference the fact that they do have both legal and social power. That's all. I wasn't trying to like have a conversation about all the legal power they have. I'm saying that they do have it. You get what I'm saying now? So
how does the social power work? And do you think, and can social power be taken if one side essentially gets the biggest bullhorn, wins the airwaves battle, and then the other side just looks stupid? Then that side wins
leverage social power. You can definitely leverage social power. The proof of that is the existence of the manosphere. There's a reason why you have a show.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was making sure you understand. Yeah, I agree.
I did want to jump in on Zero's point, because Zero does make a good point, and that is this. So we all agree that social power. I call the social media conglomerate of social media. I collectively refer to that as the jumbotron. And one of the big things I've learned over the past few years is that black women think very highly of the jumbotron. All right, we can debate the reasons why, but if you can get on the jumbotron, you're somebody. In black women's mind, if you can get on the jumbotron, you matter. Okay, so
or the white man acknowledges you. So you don't have, as long as you are knighted and deemed somebody by the quote unquote white people, then you can talk.
Right. So what Kevin has done in a big way is been able to get on the jumbotron and do things that black women don't like. Black women like being told what they want to hear by a certain subset of black men. That's what black women essentially want. Kevin has subverted it. He's the kind of guy that black women want to hear from, but he says the kind of things they don't want to hear. And he does it in a very masterful kind of way. And that really pisses them off, which then in turn really rallies the troops on the guy's side, which makes them even bigger. So it's a very masterful type of thing. Now, that being said, I think something else that Kevin does, and this is no, I'm not revealing any like insiders, secrets, and nothing like that. He's already said this publicly, is that he wants to separate the black women who do want to cooperate from the black men who don't.
You mean from the black women that don't?
Oh, excuse me, the black women. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah.
From the black women who don't want to cooperate. That's what he's looking to do. And I think that's very important. I think that's something that we and the rest of the black manosphere need to seize on, because I think the black women that, and I'll use myself for an example, the black women we were attempting to have conversations with clearly don't want to cooperate. And the truth of that is, like, for example, I'll give an example from my past. Feminista Jones, right? I roasted her so bad that she actually came into my chat room. This is before I left YouTube and came back. I roasted her so bad that she actually came into my chat room, but she refused to go on live with me. And the reason why is because she's not used to talking to black women, black men rather. She's not used to talking to black men who are not yes men. If you go back and look over the course of her career, and you look at all the different, public appearances and interviews and whatnot that she's done with black men, with the possible lone exception of Jesse Lee Peterson, she's never talked to black men who will challenge her. She's the kind of black woman. She's not uncommon. I just found this out. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the 1619 Project, but the author of the 1619 Project, black woman by the name of Nicole, spelled with a K, Hannah Jones. She, no relation to Feminista Jones as far as I know. She's that type of black woman. She's the type of black woman. Her husband is literally a kitchen bitch. And there are a lot of black women like that. They want yes men to tell them what they want to hear. They essentially want to lead from the back. And I think what Kevin has masterfully done is attempted to try to separate and disaggregate those black women. Okay, you got the black women over here, for lack of a better way of putting this, the alpha male black women. Okay, fine. The alpha male black women over here, the sisters that want to be, as he puts it, feminine, beautiful, inspiration over here. And then we can talk to those women in the latter group over here. And that leaves a lot of the sisters on the other side kind of seething in rage and attempting to try to come at Kevin. So I think one of the things that I want to do is I want to actually have fun with the alpha female types, because I know how to get their goat. So that's one of the things that I want to do, is kind of have fun with that, kind of subversive kind of fun, because it's pretty clear that they're not going to get a kind of Kevin. They're not going to get him or what he represents. They're not going to get that.
Mm-hmm.
But they can get me. And the question becomes, do they want to have a sit down with guys like me? And if they don't, then why? So I'm asking rhetorical questions. I'm already got the answers, but it makes for good radio. See, one of the things, notice, Bernard, one of the great things about radio or talk TV, if you can have a foil to operate against, the kind of boogeyman, people will tune in for that just to see us. I want to see if he can, who's going to win out? Is our guy going to win out, or is the boogeyman going to win out? So, yeah, that's where I want to go with it next. But Zero makes a really good point that what we have to contend with is a lot of black women like Nicole Hannah Jones, like Feminista Jones, and others. And Kevin is attempting to separate them out from the black women who do want to cooperate with black men. And that's going to be a major flashpoint moving forward, because in order for what black women like the two Joneses do, in order for them to be successful, they have to have pretty much all black women on board. It's like the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party has to have all black people on board in order to be successful. And if they don't, then you see what happened last fall. I'm not here to, are you in favor or against Trump? I'm just making the case. What happens when you don't have all black people supporting the Democrat Party? It's not a cakewalk. It's not. And it's the same thing with these sisters. These sisters have to have all black women on board. That's the reason why they got the whole pick me thing and all that. They have to have all sisters on board. If sisters are allowed to peel off and go the way of Kevin Samuels and people like him, then it really throws what they're doing in question. So I think I really want to exploit that cleavage that Kevin has created now and really go at the sisters and say, look, it's all over but the shouting. You need to yield. And if you don't want to yield, then you can deal with me.
Fasting his life in the building. He says, let's talk about the Bible, gravity, and space. No, not this. Even though I like talking about that, but I don't know if I care to talk about it with you people who say gravity don't exist. LF Third says Chad Wheeler got nominated for the Nobel Two-Piece Prize. That is not funny. And you are a bad human being for typing that in the super chat. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building says 0 black women voided the social contract in the 80s and 90s.
Earlier than that, shit.
Yeah, I would say.
1964 was the Super Mario Power Up Mushroom year.
What I would say is
Corona.
There's some empirical evidence for Mr. Shane Vicious's super chat blackdemographics.com. And, you know, I've noticed the more we mention blackdemographics.com, the more black women, you know, recoil at it, which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because yeah, you noticed it too, Bernard? Because
you know, with that last woman that he talked to on Instagram, I think he replayed it on YouTube. She basically said, and this was wasn't she an author with I don't know if she had a PhD, but she was
really an educated woman. We know
she
that.
was a college educated woman who has written a book saying that I don't care about all them fat stats and mathy stuff. I just know how I feel. I was like, whoa.
And exactly. And so that again, you know, because you know me, I love math.
Thank you, Title IX.
And I love, and not only do I love the math piece, but I also love. See, you made a really good point, and I want to jump in on this. For many decades, black women have really, you know, used education as a kind of cudgel on black men. And so, but here's the thing. What they didn't account for is that all colleges are not the same. It's just like what Mr. Fantastic said, and I caught your live stream, brother, did an excellent job. All BBWs are not the same. You're 100% correct on that. All colleges are not the same. So what I've done recently, and I would highly recommend every brother listening to this do the same thing. There's an excellent website called U.S. News and World Report. Every year, they give their college rankings. Okay. And you can determine right off the rip, all you got to do is ask a sister, okay, where'd you go to school? And you can look it up and let her know where she comes in at. Some sisters come in at number 105. Others come in at, you know, number 66. Others come in at like 325. Then there are sisters, and they're not many, but then there are sisters that do come in the top 10. Johns Hopkins, Caltech, MIT, Northwestern, Stanford. But they're few and far between. Most sisters who make the biggest stink, this isn't true in every last case, but it's generally true. Most sisters who make the biggest stink out of their educations, they're not in the top 10. They're not in the top 20. They're not in the top 50. Barely in the top 100. Usually it's somewhere below 50 and on down. So all you gotta do is just refer to it by their number. And, you know, they're clearly trying to, you know, use that as a cudgel on you. And then that explains what Bernard was talking about in that exchange with Kevin and that one sister. It's like, no, you don't understand math. And there's a reason for it, because you went to, you know, a second-rate, third-rate, no-account university.
I mean, I tend to believe even on a top 300 ranked university, understanding basic stats like that, you should have that in high school. So I just think it's just.
Well, actually, I'm glad you said that, Bernard. A lot of people may not be aware of this. To be frank, I'm talking as somebody who never tested the SAT myself. The SAT is really a reflection of your education, where you went to school. And your SAT doesn't show you where you can go. It shows you where you can't go. You can't go to Brown. You can't go to University of Chicago because you're not smart enough. But you can go to Podunk U. So I love with the sisters who say that, I love reminding them that they are not as smart as they think. Not based on what? I didn't make the rules. U.S. News and World Report's been around a lot longer than me. And white folks make their decisions of where they send their kids to school based on those rankings. I didn't make the rules. So, you know, clearly you don't understand math because you don't have the SAT for it. You ain't got the scores for it. People that go to Caltech don't say stuff like that that sister said to Bernard. People that go to MIT don't say stuff like that. You know?
Well, I think that's it's a much deeper thing of it though. Like you said, women use their education level as like a weapon more so than even an accomplishment towards black men. And once you understand that, I mean, it's like they don't even understand the statistics or the numbers or the rankings or any of that shit. All they just already think when they step in the door that they're on a higher level than the black man. That's just a mentality and a psychological issue to where black women are taught as girls that they're over the boys and the men. So at the end of the day, once you start having the conversation with them, that's why they don't want to have the conversation in the trenches, so to speak, because we're going to hit them with the raw stats, data, facts, and all those other things. And we ain't got to be nice about it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, shout out to him. But look, I'll tell a bitch quick, you're not finna talk over me. You know, and people tell me if you do it the manly way that niggas claim they want it done, I ain't going back and forth for no strag and this and other, and you holler bitch that. Oh, you emotional? Nah, nigga, which is it? Because I mean, you know, y'all claim that KS too soft, right? But if you do it the way I do it, with bitch, I'm talking, shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Bitch, I'm talking, shut the fuck up while I'm talking. I'm not gonna stop talking while you're doing it. This goes back to what Zero said, where niggas really don't know what they want. You know what I'm saying? Niggas want the best of both worlds, and just overall motherfuckers are fickle, man. So if and when you handle the man in the red pill fucking ultra instinct of bitch, I'm the man, shut the fuck up while I'm talking, and like that. Oh well, hey, what are you doing, brother? You too emotional. You this, you that. Well, no, I asked her nicely to shut the hell up and be quiet, and she want to keep talking. So now I gotta say, hey, bitch, obviously you don't like me being nice to you. I told you shut the fuck up, ho, while I'm goddamn talking on my shit. Now, oh man, you too emotional. You too this, and this niggas. This y'all niggas. Y'all same niggas that's here 400 some odd deep in the thing. So y'all need to make your mind up, man. Y'all claim y'all don't want the hoes, but y'all want to see the hoes get cussed out. But y'all only want to see the hoes get cussed out in a nice way, not the way y'all niggas claim y'all want to do it. So I mean, it's just a whole bunch of like, you know, motherfuckers claim they want something, they really don't know what the hell they want in the first place.
All right, about to go to silent real quick, but let me get these super chats and Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk in the building, says when men are focused on building themselves and their lives outside of women, all women can do is function in whatever space a man makes, providing he avoids all legality as much as possible. Thanks for the super chat, Spiritual Logic. Hawk, Sika and Yang says, just got back on the stream. Can you drop a link again? Yeah, I'll be dropping it a little later. I kind of like what I got going on right here, so give me a minute on that one. Where we at? Nuruddin in the building says, hey Obsidian, sorry that Feminista Jones is in your neck of the woods. Oh yeah, that's right. I think you did say she's in Philly, but I don't yeah. But anyway, but we had to get rid of her because she was bringing down too many buildings. Man,
yeah, can I speak to that real quick? Yeah, she's
wait, hold on, let me see. I think I got a couple more, and I do want to go to silent. He's been waiting patiently, so so we'll double back to that. We'll double back to that. Gino Richardson in the building says Feminista Jones is Caribbean, is a Caribbean immigrant. I notice a lot of black women are easily misled into following the talking points of demographic foreigners. Interesting. Interesting. Also, we got Citizen Lou in the building says, okay, here we go. False Obsidian. They caught thousands of cheating on the SATs to get into Ivy League regurgitation. Regurgitation of information is not intellect. Regurgitation of information is not intellect. All right. Let's see. I think that is it. All right, go ahead. We got to pass it to silent. Oh yeah, you got the floor. You got the mic.
Hello.
You got the mic. Yeah, silent. You're on the air.
All right, give me. Damn. Hold on. There's something wrong. I was on another line. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Did I just butt in or?
Oh no, I called on you. Oh my god, goddamn silent. All right, Obsidian, you was about to respond to something.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to all three of those super chats if I could. First with Citizen Lou. Yes, it's true that there was a big scandal with regard to cheating and whatnot, but that still doesn't change the rankings. You know, it's a very uncomfortable topic for black people on social media about ranking. It's very uncomfortable for black women. It's very uncomfortable for black men. And that doesn't change the reality of it. I didn't make these rules, man. I didn't make the rules about the universities, didn't make the rules about high value men, didn't make the rules about beautiful women. You know, Mr. Fantastic did an excellent job talking about there's a such thing as a big beautiful woman, and he listed as a prima facie example Miss Tabria Majors. I mean, she that's what she makes her money at, in her beauty as a plus size woman, as a plus size model. I'm sorry, all big black women ain't beautiful. That's just the plain truth. All people that go to college are not the same. They're just not. All men can't be high value, man. I'm sorry. That's life. And it's very difficult for a lot of black people to accept, because many black people believe that their problems in life are tied to a legacy of slavery or racism and so forth. And there is something to be said for that. You know, there have been black, the Pullman Porters went to the best schools and they wound up in their social situation due to racism. There's truth in that, and so on. But, as we continue to go on in life, it gets harder and harder to make that stick. That brings me to the next point. The brother talking about Feminista Jones's background. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, if she's of Caribbean background or not. I don't know. But what I do know is that our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean and from the African diaspora are killing it. Killing it educationally, killing it academically, killing it in terms of entrepreneurship. They're killing it. So, I mean, it gets harder and harder for homegrown black folk to just pass off our mediocrity and our failure to launch on racism, when we got brothers and sisters coming from around the world, coming here, hitting the ground running. I mean, it just gets harder and harder to make that stick. And I know that's difficult for a lot, and that's going to be a major challenge moving forward as we go forward into the 21st century. It's going to be harder and harder for a lot of black people for those of us who I don't do that. See, my thinking is, I got to make the best of what I have. Life ain't fair. It's giving me a shitty hand. I got to make the best with it with what I can. But there are black people, I mentioned Nicole Hannah-Jones, there are black people who want to essentially reduce all black problems, either directly or indirectly, big or small, to racism. And that's going to get harder and harder to do.
Well, look at it this way. Imagine somebody told you that you could have free shit. All you got to do is say you have a headache all the time. As long as you have a headache, you get free shit. You're going to fake like you have a headache all the time.
Yeah.
Because you get free shit. Right.
So, that's the beauty of the moment that we're in with the 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden, is that that's going to be tested. The idea that if you could only defeat racism, all black people's, and to be brutally frank, to put a finer point on it, black women's problems would disappear. That's going to be tested now. That proposition is going to be tested. What I think was interesting, and going back to Mr. Fantastic, his discussion of Bumble was excellent as well. And the fundamental question for me with Bumble being founded by an avowed feminist, Bumble being on the NASDAQ now and trading like upwards of $80 a share. So now we're seeing wokeness. We saw it with Gillette. Now we're seeing wokeness being part of the lingua franca of our times, being part of the economic machinery. The question becomes this. Women have always had ways to get rid of the guys they don't want. Right? The trick is this, though. Can they finagle the levers of Wall Street and Washington to get them the men they do want? I say no. Mr. Fantastic says no, but we'll see. In other words, could that big girl in that commercial that Mr. Fantastic showed on his channel from Bumble itself, that big huge bar. Can she somehow figure out how to get Whitney Wolf, who owns Bumble, and the rest of the Wall Street overlords and Joe Biden to rope her in Kevin Samuels? Can they do that?
Well,
Never.
this is the funny thing here, and I've been evaluating some things that that a lot of women have been saying, and a lot of them are actually of the belief that what men are attracted to, they're of the belief that it's 100% engineered by society, culture, media, programming, and propaganda. They're of that belief that is all 100% engineered, give or take minor preferences. So they actually believe that they could somehow socially mind fuck us into thinking that something that we see as unattractive is attractive if they sell it to us that it's attractive, because the only reason that we think that Victoria's Secret model is attractive is because they told us she was attractive. Like,
No.
they actually believe that. So that so to Obsidian's question, like he's asking the right question, because that's literally what they're trying to do. But to answer the question, no, because like we all know that it's what you're attracted to. A lot of that just comes from within. A lot of that is hardwired into us through evolution.
Biology.
They're not getting they're not going to overcome that hurdle. But go ahead, Fantastic. Then we gonna have to go to Brother Xavier.
Yeah, man. Just real brief. Listen, they're trying to do that, but Obsidian brought up a great point, an example where men have fought back. And if men have will fight back over the stuff they shave their face with, they will definitely fight back with the tools you use to get your pleasure with your penis.
I'll never use another. I am done with Gillette and Manscaped. Will never.
Yeah, so again, man, if Bumble does not like crumble, I mean, hey, it is what it is. Within the next year, it's heterosexual men's fault. It's their fault. The dudes that have that app up on their thing, man, and you're still paying, especially if you're paying premium services or even entertaining the free version, you're the reason why this cancer is going to spread, because again, you get an offensive or a D lineman, a woman that, not only is her body shaped like that, she's not even attractive facially, to get up here and demand that you talk to her nice. She's gonna keep doing it because you keep playing the game. Again, the best way for men to win nowadays is to leave. You have to literally turn your back, walk away, not argue, not try to get them to see where you're coming from. Especially if there's dollars involved, money makes the world go round, man. Take your money and go somewhere else, and the market has to adjust to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's right. I think he's correct about that. One thing before we hand it off to Brother Xavier, if I may, on the evolutionary point. So, we're in this period where it really, I don't know if anybody's ever read a book called Animal Farm by George Orwell. There really is a George Orwellian moment that we're in. On the one side, the black women, or women in general in the case of Bumble, but we're going to restrict this to black women. The unattractive black women. I'm reminded of what Rush Limbaugh famously said about the purpose of feminism was to give unattractive women a chance at mainstream society. On the one side, unattractive women, in this case black, are going to attempt to use the levers of Wall Street, commerce, politics to essentially try to level the playing field of mating life. So you got the sexual harassment. Shout out to Bettina Arndt down in Australia. She did a superlative job on this several years ago. The politics of cleavage, she called it. So what you want to do is you want to try to weed out the guys you don't want, the beta males, the non-select, etc. Great, got it. You can weed them out at work. You can weed them out at school. You can weed them out of the public square. Okay. But the trick is, can you use those same levers to get you the high post, high performing, high value, good looking guys that you want? And what's interesting is they poo-poo evolution when it comes to men. So if men like a certain body type, we use black men here. If black men like a certain type of body type, that's not their own innate evolved preference over hundreds of thousands of years. No, it's the result of a patriarchal plot against unattractive black women. At the same time, though, if those same unattractive black women like that chiseled, toned, tall, carved out of granite bod, and like the way he looks in those Tom Ford suits, and likes the fact that he drives a McLaren, see, that's not the result of, some type of matriarchal plot or patriarchal plot, to brainwash them like the Manchurian Candidate. No, that's just their evolved preferences over hundreds of thousands of years. I just did a show about this where, listen now, plus size women admit publicly that they're not attracted to overweight men. They just can't help who they're attracted to. I can't help my biology. But at the same time, we're going to have Bumble telling men, you can't fat shame, body shame women. Do you see the Orwellian nature of this? This is George Orwell come to life. And I agree with Mr. Fantastic. You can, men, the rank and file of us, we can bring this thing down by doing what we did to Gillette. Walk the F away from it. Take your wallet and take it somewhere else. Because this is what I say in my book. There's one thing about being non-select that's a powerful MFer. And a lot of brothers need to think about this. You have the power of the purse. You can decide, as Fantastic just said, you can decide whether a woman ever gets to get that girlfriend experience. See, we know that there are certain types of brothers, for whatever reason, we don't have to go into debate with it. For whatever reason, they'll bang them, but they're not going to give them the girlfriend experience. See, they're looking at you to do that. See, Bumble, in a very real sense, these dating apps, by the way, worldwide, there are more men using dating apps than women. That's true no matter where you go on planet Earth.
Of course.
Okay, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So part of the girlfriend experience is being ogled by so many guys. This has been talked about in A Billion Wicked Thoughts. Being desired by so many guys. A lot of women do use that as a proxy. They do use, in this case, Bumble, dating apps. They do use that as a proxy. I got so many guys hitting me up my inbox. That's a proxy for the boyfriend experience. Taking a woman out is a proxy for the boyfriend experience, and so on. Mr. Fantastic is right. You do have the power to say, you know what? I'm done. This is how y'all going to do business? That's fine. You do what you do. I'm going to go over here. And that ends. Because if there's one thing that we know, shout out to Dr. Jordan Peterson on this, if there's one thing that we do know, is that early on, if the ladies can finagle it to where they can get that small group of guys to have a good time with, assuming they can do that, it will get old eventually. Women will get tired of being pumped and dumped, and they'll complain about it. And it's the non-select guy job not to bail them out. They're not too big to fail. Don't bail them out.
Crypto with Lonell in the building says an exclusive with you and Bitcoin hit 50,000. Absolutely. I thought when I scanned that, I thought you were saying it hit 50,000. I was like, oh shit, let me go see how much my money went up. But definitely when it hit 50K, because it's on the way. It's been fluctuating up and down, flirting with 50K, but it'll get there. We'll definitely do something when it hit. But without further ado, Brother Xavier from the Prophet of Thought series is in the building. What's going on?
Peace. Brother Bernard, Brother Zero, Brother Fantastic, Brother Obsidian. What's good, man? It's good to be up here with the heavy hitters. My take is a little different because I think brothers nowadays, especially in 2021, are very, very resistant to the things that are being thrown at them. I believe the reason why we get inundated with these damn images of 350-pound women in negligees and the quote unquote alphabet influences and how baby mamas should be considered. I think the reason why keep throwing these things at brothers because brothers are so resistant to it. Brothers, the rank and file brother doesn't find a 300-pound woman in a negligee appealing, because I don't believe you have to convince someone of something that they already believe or they already know. So they have to keep throwing these images at you because you're so resistant to it. They have to change your mind about these things. They have to change your mind to make you accept these things. That's why they try so hard, because they know it's not there. Like I said, that the average brother don't want to see some 5'2", 300-pound woman in a Victoria's Secret get up, but they'll throw this image at you to try to convince you that yes, you should accept this, you should like this, you should deal with this, not realizing that most of the time, especially on media alike, that when it comes to quote unquote forging relationships or cultivating relationships or finding relationships, people talk about the difficulties of it, the nuances of it, the navigation of it all the time. So when you talk about men and women, we have a hard enough time building relationships, let alone building partnerships. I heard you brothers earlier talking about women being co-host of people's platforms, and I have some experience with that, and most of it, I must say, fucking negative. But I mean, because I used to be in radio, right? I got into radio like 12 years ago, and I had my own radio show, worked in the booth and the whole nine, and I went through three co-hosts, because women are better when you're a man and you're running a platform, whether it be a channel or a radio program. Women are better when they make appearances. I know that's been my experience. They're better when they make an appearance here and there, because when I was in radio, like I said, I went through 3 co-hosts, and I had women part of the production team. So what often happens is, even though it's your show, they want major input. You understand? They don't want to just be like, well, I want to come on and I'm going to talk about whatever you have developed, whatever the production team has developed for y'all to talk about. I just want to be part of it. They don't want to do that. Okay. They want, and this is the thing, because this is what people enjoy. People enjoy, like you brothers say, all of you brothers are right. All right. People enjoy when women are on a man's show, if it appears that y'all are talking about something that they want to talk about, that the women want to talk about, as opposed to you just going into a subject and have her putting her input on it. But I say again, my experience has been that it's better when they make appearances, because it's just a matter of time before the women come on and try to take the shit over. You know why I went through 3 co-hosts? Because I had to fire 2 of them. I had to fire them. Literally, you're fired, because of the whole, I want to talk about this, I want to do that, I want to, they don't even use the words we. When you go into those production meetings, they're not saying we should talk about. No, they say, I want to talk about and we should do. So
you couldn't handle a strong black woman, is what you're saying.
It wasn't that. It was my goddamn show, and we're doing what I say we do, as opposed to
X, you should go in and own that one, because I've said a long time ago, I can't handle a strong black woman. I don't want no part of it.
Yeah, exactly. And what Brother Xavier just relayed from his personal experience, it goes right in line with what I was saying earlier. And we've seen this, play itself out in real time with Kevin, and he, hurried up and squashed it. And that, again, that's going to be the main theme between black men and black women moving forward. This idea of, fighting for dominance. because black women are not going to give up they've enjoyed they got a lot of mileage. I mean, let's just sit down and think about this for a minute. They gotten a lot of mileage out of the idea, for example, that the reason why they're unsuccessful in love is because of black men. There are not enough of them. Black men are so their failings, not enough in school. Now, they're on the down low. It's, they got a lot of mileage out of that. So here comes somebody like Kevin saying, no, that's not true. Here's the empirical evidence. And the reason why you're failing isn't because of them, it's because of you. Now, how many black women are cool with hearing that? We already know the answer to the question. So that is where we're going to be going for, the next step is it's not going to be a question of having black women as co-hosts. It's going to be a step of black women. Here goes the conspiracy theorists of the black manosphere. Here's where they're right. There is going to be a kind of fight for dominance among black women.
Mm-hmm.
Either one of two things. Either they want to take it over or they want to tear it down. But either way, they cannot have black men speaking in their own voices to black women, telling them about themselves. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that's the trajectory of where we are at this point.
Jonathan Barronville in the building with a super chat says Bumble will maybe go. Let me make that bigger so I can see it. Bumble will maybe go up for a bit, but long term, I'll definitely be buying a bunch of Bumble put options. Beyond my personal feelings, I genuinely don't think that the stock looks good long term.
This is going to be a heck of an experiment. I think that Bumble is going to be a heck of an experiment of wokeness in action. Up until now, you listen to feminists, if you read them, I'm going to focus here, black feminists. If you read them, the word theory comes up a lot. Critical race theory, intersectionality theory, and so forth. If you read all of the famous black feminist writers, that word comes up a lot, theory. But it's no longer a question of theory. See, you can't really, one of the ways that black feminists have been able to get away with a lot is because you never was able to empirically test in real time their ideas because it was always theory, right? Now it's no longer theory. Now they're putting it on the wood. See, Bumble is no longer theory. They're on the NASDAQ. Now it matters. So now we're going to see if feminist theory about beauty standards, feminist theory about women stepping to men first, does that really work? See, we're going to put that to the test now. And we'll soon find out if it works or if it doesn't, because in the financial world, if what you do doesn't work, there will be consequences, primarily financial. So we're going to find out. I think it's going to be an excellent experiment.
Yeah, let me just say this as somebody who spent some time on Bumble when I was push mute. I think that's Obsidian. I think somebody got background noise when I was talking. Let me see if I can mute Obsidian. I don't know if that got rid of it, but as somebody who spent some time on Bumble, that whole little thing about, and keep in mind that this was before no BBW Shaman Gate happened. This was long before that, but when I was on there, that whole little gimmick they got about women approach first, the way that works, very, very, very simple and basic. The two people match, but they can't contact each other until the woman says something first. So the woman types in, hey, pushes enter, and then from there, you still have to lead the damn conversation and take it everywhere it's going to go. So that part is just a gimmick. That's nothing. So I just want to point that out, that whole, but everything else that they got going on, how they putting it on the wood with the with whatever they talking about with shaming bigger girls, big girls or whatever, that's yeah, to see if they actually can hold up and run a business and make money with all of that. Yeah, that's interesting. That part is interesting. But the other part about the women approach first, that's just a gimmick. Perfect Storm, toxic waste has to be handled, but a real woman never needs handling. A real woman. I hate the term real woman, a real man and all of that, but I do understand your point. I ain't handling no toxic chemicals or no woman that need to be handled. It's right on. Sika and Yang says the black man victim and ain't ish narratives are huge money makers. Right on. The black man victim and ain't itch narratives are huge money makers. Right, we got GC in the building. Go ahead, game changer. You got the flow. You got the mic. Good one-on-one the other day. Or no, yesterday. Real good show. Real good show. But welcome back, and go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, on what Prophet of Thought was saying, I definitely agree that there are interests out there that are putting these fat bitches in like lingerie and stuff like that, which is something that they're forcing down men's throat. It's something that men definitely don't want to see. And I have a separate theory on that I wanted to share with everybody. I really think that there are some corporate interests in making women comfortable being fat. And I think that those corporate interests are fast food, snack food industries. You know, like the only thing that's stopping a woman from eating Cinnabon and, ho-hos all day is that she don't want to be fat, and she don't want the reaction that men have to fat women to be a real thing. Once men start accepting fat women, then she's free to eat McDonald's and Burger King and, whatever fat bitches eat. She's free to eat that on the regular, and these corporations know that. They know that, women being healthy and wanting to be beautiful is a threat to their bottom line. So what they do is they're trying to change what beauty is. They want to make it seem like a McDonald's bitch is a beautiful bitch. They want to make it seem like a Jack in the Box chick is a beautiful chick. They want to make it seem like a Cheetos chick is a beautiful chick. They want to make it seem like a Hostess chick is a beautiful chick. So instead of for indirectly having commercials saying fat bitches brought to you by Hostess, what they're doing is they are going to different, venues and investing in movies, television shows, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're like, listen, you have a new television show that requires a producer, an investor. We're going to invest in your show, but you got to show this fat bitch in lingerie. So once they get that out there, and once society start accepting fatness as normal, then or beautiful, then the sky's the limit on how much a bitch can eat.
I agree with that, game changer, and I would like to also suggest that keeping men and women in general, in this case, black men and black women, keeping them apart is very lucrative as well, because you got two residences and two sets of cars and that sort of thing. And what I would like to say to go to your point is that men are a natural check on the excesses of women.
Sure.
They're a natural check on it. And this is the reason why a lot of black women chafe at the idea of having to check in with a man first. You want to go to school, you have to check in with him, see if it's a good idea, if it's worth it, if you are feasibly economically viable to go to school, because he has to pay for it. You want to, you just can't eat anything you want because he has to pay for you. And men don't want to pay for big fat broads. They don't. Men don't work all day, every day, from can't see in the morning to can't see at night for the kind of woman that was on that Bumble ad that Mr. Fantastic. I'm sorry, they don't. And so they're trying to, in addition to what you laid out, game changer, there's a push on the part of a lot of black women to try to decouple the relationship between black men and black women, because black women chafe under the idea, I have to submit to the authority of a black man. Because black men are a natural check. Men are a natural check on the excesses of women. It's a natural. You can't just do whatever you want to do. You can't just eat whatever you want to eat. You can't just talk any way you want to talk. You can't just do whatever you want to do. I'm a big, everybody knows I get up at 0400. And that's going to be one of my next things I want to be getting on. I like subverting a lot of the things that black women do. So one of the things I like doing, I mentioned this a little bit with the university piece, but the next thing I'm going to be doing is, because a lot of black women, even in our time today, make a lot of hay out of the idea of being on the same level. And I'm going to say, well, okay, I get up at 4:30. I get up at 4 o'clock every morning. I'm working out at 5. What time do you get up? Because if you're not getting up at 4 a.m. like me, working out at 5, you're not on my same level. By definition.
What if you get up at 6 a.m. to work out?
You're not on my level.
5 a.m.?
By definition, no, you're not on my level. 0400. 0400 means 0400. And you can tell a lot about a person by the time they get up. Now, men understand this. We have an instinctive understanding of what I just said. Whether you agree with it, whether you like it, we all understand what I just said. You could tell a lot about a man by the time he gets up in the morning.
And you could tell about a lot about a woman by how fucking fat she is.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it tells what type of mother she's gonna be, you know, what type of woman she's gonna be, and it tells just how bad she smells, even if you don't smell her. So, you know, they want to normalize this, and we have to, you know, put our penis down and say, listen, you know, no matter what you show us, you know, we'll just tune out. You know, the moment I see something, you know, in a curtain or what have you, I'm not going to watch it. I don't, you know, I can't think of the last thing I've seen with, you know, a fat woman in lingerie, because it's not woman. It's not that. See, it diminishes what a lingerie is. The whole purpose of a lingerie is to make me want to have sex with a woman more than I already do. And if I don't already, it ruins it. Like, there's a lot of people out there ruining lingerie automatically. Like, say I like fishnet stockings, but I see a G-hay person or a T-hay person walking around with fishnet stockings on. You know, you're not going to look the same. You're not going to look it takes away from when beautiful women do it. And beautiful women, shame on you. Shame on you. Y'all should be checking these things. Be like, y'all should walk up to these fat chicks and say, you're not hot enough to dress like that. You can't sit with us. And, you know, to Obsidian's point, they have been doing this to white America too. They've been doing this to white America too. Kevin brought up how Cosmo, you know, did the thing, and they wanted to separate the families, and they wanted to have like the Cosmo lifestyle. And basically the Cosmo lifestyle is a promiscuous woman that does this, and this. And we've all seen some episodes of Sex in the City, you know, where, you know, at the end of the show, you have 4 single women, and, you know, there's one kid amongst all 4 of them, and they all have like the latest, you know, Italian designer clothes on that men don't really give a shit about.
Well, yeah, that's a big part of it too. Again, women looking. One thing that women do, regardless of race, is they stay on code. And another big part of it too is, well, the skinny bitches can't say nothing to the fat bitches, because the fat bitches will beat the shit out of the skinny bitches.
I was just about to say that.
You better know your place and be careful. So, but at the same time, you know, women are more susceptible to social pressures. This is why you have so much support for Black women or women in general for the T women thing. You know, T women are real women, and if a woman comes out and dare says the opposite, you know, she's somehow vilified. Even though now, shout out to Obsidian, like he's bringing it up to the current administration, how they're telling us that, you know, T rights are human rights. That's the number one priority, and that's the number one policy of the current administration's campaign right now. And
wait, real quick. T rights, you're talking about transitional organisms?
Yeah. Those, yeah. That's an actual slogan by the current administration, are human rights. And again, he wrote an executive order to make sure that, you know, they're able to compete with you know, in sports with real biological girls and all these things. And, you know, women are suffering because of it. And the women that dare come out and say, hey man, what are you doing here? I don't want my daughter, you making my daughter lose out on a scholarship. I mean, I don't want my daughter wrestling some you know, little Tyrone with a lace front on. I mean, you're gonna kill him. I mean, he's gonna kill her. You know what I'm saying?
Adversity makes you stronger. So I mean, if they do have to wrestle T women, they can only become better athletes because of that. You play to the level of your competition. So
yeah, after you get out of the ICU, or you know, or never be able to walk again, and you end up like the other girl, the able-bodied person on the Bumble ad. I see. It's not
that's
just
what modern medicine is for.
You know, oh yeah, then we can all become androids. That's right. So,
yeah.
Well, real quick, Obsidian. I think this is Citizen Lou in the building with a cash app. Appreciate that. Also, this is Lim Hendricks in the building with the Cash App. Appreciate that. Kill Deuce also. Thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate that. And Clue came through the super chat. He says much needed discussion. Thank you for that. And it looked like somebody else just came through. Big Mac in the building with the super chat. He said Game Changer did make a good point in regards to certain industries making money from fat black women's dollar, because the CDC indicates out of all subgroups, black women are the number I don't think he means number one consumer of fast food. Thank you very much.
And you see, that wasn't always the case, because like, look at the Soul Train line. Look at the 90s music videos. They weren't always this fat. It's the industry pushing this food down their gullet that is that's making them this way. And also it's a ready-made culture. You see, black women, they don't, because they have the sisterhood, they don't have what they need more than anything. And that's the mean girls. That's the clueless girls. That's that blonde high school white girl that's pretty and talks shit to everybody and made them anorexics and shit. We don't have those in the black community because they get beaten up and stuff. But we need to protect these type of women because they keep the bitches in line. They're the alpha. You know, like if you are like having a bunch of goats and you're walking them because you're a goat herder and you have the alpha and you just walk the alpha and the rest of them follow. See, that's the alpha. We have to see right now in our community, the alpha bitch is fat as fucking ugly as hell. So the other chicks are following down that path. We need to declare a new alpha black chick that look better than the fat bitches that we have now. And then the other ones will follow her. They will follow her to the gym, and they will follow her to the yogurt place, and they will follow her to the Pilates. They will follow her into being a better chick. That's why I'm always promoting pygmies. That's what we need. We need a better breed of chicks, because right now they're following these fat bitches, and it's a herd of them.
I wonder what's going to happen when some fat chick be coming in this space trying to mouth all the pygmy talking points. That's going to fuck Game Changer.
No, fat women can't be pygmies.
I know, but what if you say all the pygmy stuff?
No, it's wrong. You can't be a pygmy and fat at the same time because you're not a woman. Fat women are not women. Okay.
You gonna cuss her off your panel when you come up?
No, I'll just politely explain that fat women are not women, and therefore you can't be pygmies. Like, listen, how can you be a pygmy if you haven't been working to get picked? Like pygmies, you have to work. You're preparing yourself to get picked. You can't be fat and a pygmy. That's like a Black Klansman. It doesn't. You can't. It doesn't work.
You actually can. Clayton Bigsby was one.
Who?
Clayton Bigsby.
That's Dave Chappelle skit, the Black Klansman that couldn't see.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right. So yeah, it happened. It happened.
But I think Game Changer makes a very powerful point to this extent. You know, there is a role that black men play in this, and I think Mr. Fantastic hit on this too with his excellent Bumble BBW live stream, and that's this. We have to be willing to acknowledge the fact, and I think my man Red Supreme talked about this too. We have to be willing to acknowledge the fact that a big part of this, this is going to sound kind of controversial. It might not. Black women, what I've learned is that black women see their primary worth as a woman in the sexual arena. This is the reason why black women are kind of, you know, at best kind of tepid about the question of marriage or even long-term relationships and whatnot. They place an inordinate amount of importance on the sexual arena. So what am I getting at here? So when brothers from across the socioeconomic spectrum, from the high value down to the low, are sexing big black women, right? Now, we all understand that there's two types of women. The ones that you don't want anybody to know that you're banging, and the ones that you want everybody to know that you're banging. We as men understand that. But in the minds of black women for whom we're talking about, that translates into, I must have high mate value, particularly if you're higher born, so to speak, as a black man. If you're more higher value and you're banging these women on a quiet, they interpret that as I must therefore have high value because I got this, you know, desirable high value guy to bang me. Now we know that's not true, but see, the problem is that these black women, because of what Game Changer said, there's no clueless type sisters to check them. There's no black men in the public square or at home to check them. So they're allowed to kind of run rampant like a herd of wild elephants or something. And what black men have to do, I'm not going to say, I think it's wrong, because I've heard some sisters and brothers suggest this. Well, until black men stop having sex with fat black women, it's never going to change. That's ridiculous. The human male sex drive is such a force of nature that you're not going to stop that. Here's what black men can do, though. Black men, and I love the show Game of Thrones. If anybody's seen the TV show, I doubt anybody's really read the books, but the TV show is good enough. In the show Game of Thrones, you have two types of women. You have your highborn women from the great noble houses, and you essentially have the commoners and the peasants, to be brutally frank, whores. Okay? And never the twain shall meet. And it's understood that if you happen to be, of the noble houses, it's understood that you have your wife, and then you got your jump off side, jump off hoes that you deal with. And both understood their place. I just want to say this, Game Changer, bring you back in. And so everybody knows that one of the best ladies in America are big girls. Everybody knows that.
I didn't know that.
But the trick is, and I have to bring this to the brothers. The trick is a lot of black men do one of two things. Either they gas a lot of these women's heads up in order to get into their bloomers, or they, and here's where Alan Roger Curry becomes important, they do a kind of mode 2, mode 3 type of thing where they don't say explicitly that that's all they want to do, is just say, they kind of let the woman kind of believe what she wants to believe. See, what we got to do is the Game of Thrones piece. We got to let women know, no, you're a whore. That's your function. That's all you're going to be. That is your place.
I agree.
If you agree with being a big girl, that's fine. But just understand that you have relegated yourself to a hoe. You have. And that's all this is. Brothers have to have the backbone to tell the big girl, look, so we're clear on this. This dusk till dawn type of thing. That's all it is between us. You do realize that. It's going to be nothing else. I can't be seen in public with you. We're never going to go out. We're not going to have a relationship. This is just straight effing on the down low. Just so we're clear. See,
I agree.
See, black women need that kind of ice bucket water challenge. They need that. They need that. And, for me, my position is I don't mind working with a big girl that's willing to lose the weight, but I'll tell her up front, you got to lose the weight. You're bad for the brand. You got to lose the weight. Pronto. Choose your weapon. I don't care how you do it, as long as you do it.
I think that because I've come to the conclusion.
Hold on, real quick, Game Changer. I got super chats. I'm behind on Wiseville TCP in the building. He says they won't fight it because they gotta admit that they are not equal to men. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk, says men need to stop trying to control women and seek to control themselves so their bad choices won't accelerate their own demise. Well said. Well said. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building says, I fully support the. Okay, I thought he said Decepticons. Okay, deceptions in women's sports. Women's sports might finally become interesting. I think he probably did. He did. Yeah, but I didn't read ahead to where it said women's sports. I just thought he said he fully support Decepticons, and I'm gonna start blocking some folks. But anyway, I think that's not it. Number 16 in the building with the super chat. Hope I didn't miss nobody else. He says, just like a lot of men would not improve themselves if they could still get sex. Many women, no matter how fat they are, still get play. Many men out here will lay on a well for food and shelter.
True that.
That's a factor into the equation. Platinum Elite in the building. He says black women getting smashed in on the down low.
Right.
Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead. No, Game Changer was about to get in. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with Obsidian, and I've come to the conclusion on this channel that or not this channel, but this space, that a lot of brothers, and this is because of the large number of large women, will not stop boinking them. So and I agree that there has to be a system so a fat woman can understand that she is lesser. And I always suggest on my channel and in other places that you make them do things to remind them that they do not have the privileges as slim women, like, and make sure that they know, like, instantiate rules like don't walk on my lawn, but make sure that she sees slim women walk on your lawn freely. Say stuff like you must take your shoes off before entering the house, but make sure that regular women keep their shoes on. Make sure that they understand that they are less than. You say stuff like, please don't sit on the couch, sit on the beanbag, but then make sure that she sees slim women sit on the beanbag. Make sure that she understands that there is certain privileges besides your penis that is due to slim women. And if you have to do it, if you have to sleep with a fat chick because you live in a place where that's just all there is, you gotta put them to work. You gotta make them wash your windows. You gotta make them wash your car. You gotta make them tar your roof. You gotta make them do other stuff to remind them that they're less than a woman, and this is because they are fat. And if you want to get out of the degrading task that Game Changer makes you do in order to receive the penis, then you must lose weight in order to be treated like Pinocchio after he became a regular boy. Like, he went on a quest to become a regular boy because, he got tired of being made out of wood, termites and shit. So, so you have to go on a quest to become a regular woman. And that way you get to walk into the front door and you get to sit in the passenger seat. Make them do stuff. Have small acts of humiliation all the time. Like don't let them sit in the passenger seat. Make them sit in the back seat, and not on a particular seat, but in the middle. Make sure that they sit in the middle between the two seats in the back seats. Make things just like a little bit more comfortable or uncomfortable for being fat than it already is. That's a punishment. They must be punished a little bit each time, and you can do these things and receive the pleasure of the vagina. So yeah, do that.
I agree with Game Changer. And what Game Changer, and I know there's an element, at least it's being perceived. I'm looking at the chat crawl. It's being perceived as an element of tongue-in-cheek. I'm not going to go into whether or not that's true, but I will say this: what he's saying does sound cruel, and in a lot of ways it is. But that's life. Every man here, we all may not have the same experience, but we all understand that life can be very cruel. We understand that as men. And a brother made a super chat. His name is Numbers, and he essentially said, and I'm paraphrasing him, that if men could get along without developing themselves, without being successful, educated, creative, and still get laid, they do it. The old, adage, I think it was either Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle, one of them said, if a man could get, laid by still living under the bridge in a cardboard box, he'd do it. That's true. See, just like men are a natural check on female excesses, women are a natural check on men not developing themselves. You want to get the hot chicks? This is what you have to do to get it. Men understand this. Whether we like it or not, whether we want to debate it or not, at the end of the day, we understand that. You want to get the better off chicks, you got to develop yourself. You have to have some degree of success. Now, how can you do what Game Changer is doing and make it stick? Be successful. Like I said, I have no problem working with a big girl, but she has to understand she got to lose the weight. I have to see her every day working to lose the weight, and she's got to move the needle. I have to see it. My eyes tell me. I have to see your waist getting smaller and smaller every day. That's the price you pay. Or we can go ahead and do what we do, but nobody ain't gonna know about it.
Well,
I ain't never gonna take you nowhere. I can't be seen in public with you. That sounds harsh. I hang on, Mr. Fantastic, because I know you want to get in. That sounds harsh, and I agree. It is. It is harsh, but life is unfair. See, we've shielded women from the reality of life for too long. We've shielded them from it, from the consequences of their actions, from the realities of life. I'm a blue collar brother. Mr. Fantastic's in the military. Listen, man, we understand the reality of this world. It's mean, it's brutal, people die, and women have been shielded from this. We got to give them a little taste of that. Yeah, if you want to be bent over a big can of peaches down in the basement, you can do that. But if you want to go with me to Fogo de Chao, you got to lose the chunk. End of. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm just glad that for the first time it's being acknowledged that, bro, it's not enough skinny chicks to go around, bro. It's the same thing, the argument we be making, bro. You have a 60%, 70% overweight rate, 70+% actually, and a 60% obesity rate. So 100% of the niggas can't fuck 40% of the bitches. And then furthermore, like you said, in certain areas, women are going to be of the larger scale due to, culture, diet, all this stuff, whatnot, what have you, all this other shit. So again, man, at the end of the day, I ain't saying, praise the big bitches or whatever. I ain't saying parade the big bitches or whatever. But hey, man, just get the mouth, bro. All right, you ain't got to take the whole package. All right, that's what big girls are for. If that and regulate her to the mouth services, man, and tell her, hey, in order for you got to graduate to the legs, okay? You can give me the mouth, which I can't graduate to the legs till you cut off a couple of them rolls. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You cannot fucking get this glaze. You know what I'm saying? In the place you want it. You know what I'm saying? Until you get rid of a couple of them rolls, man. So that could be the motivation.
Agreed. But remind them that they don't get all the privileges of regular women until they become regular women. Just remind them that they're less than, because they are.
If and look, shout out to the panel.
What up, Platt? Welcome to the show.
If you got that type of clout, you can do that. They will lose weight. They'll run a mile, if you got that type of clout. But my what I've been finding out is they look at the dude they fucking with as not worth the effort. So they don't want to lose no weight.
And that's
they look
fine.
at him.
And that's
what I'm saying.
That's completely fine. Because look, the reality of this life is, and this is the reason why that whole high value thing was such a flashpoint, with black men. The reality is that a lot of black men, everybody knows intuitively where they are in the pecking order of life. Everybody knows it, but ignorance. Well, not ignorance, but it's good if we can make believe, right, and think what we want to think. We don't want life telling us where we are. And for a lot of black men, they know that they don't have the wherewithal to do what me and Game Changer and Mr. Fantastic are saying. They don't have the wherewithal to tell a woman that they bang. Look, if you want better, you know what to do. You got to lose the weight, and they do it.
Oh, well, you're right. I agree with you on that, Obsidian. If they do it, but I'm just okay. If you're right. There are men out there who women.
There are black men who don't have that.
There are men that women will listen to, and there are men they don't.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, what I'm saying, Platt.
There are men they do not listen to. Okay.
So what I'm saying, Platt, is if she's having sex with you, oral or otherwise, she is listening to you on a certain extent.
If you fucking fat bitches, that's on you though. Most niggas ain't really trying to fuck with fat bitches.
No, we don't.
I'm just saying if that's your game, but I'm saying like for me,
Platinum, just to be clear, right quick, Obsidian, just to be clear, that's actually your game because you have a channel talking about how you love fat bitches.
Actually, I don't.
Or you have a show on that.
They don't have to lose nothing for me. I'm straight with them.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the.
That mean you the dude that they not gonna change for.
Yeah,
no, exactly. I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with them.
So let's not project and say that most men are like this. Most men aren't. But what I'm saying is, fellas, if you are that guy that fat women want to sleep with, then you have some type of control over them. Now, That being the case, what I'm asking you to do is just like Fantastic, like just the little subtle stuff that they don't pick up on. Like, let them give you head, but don't take your clothes off. Like, make them suck it through the zipper hole of your jeans and the hole that comes in the front of underwear. Like, so they get to see as little of you naked as possible. Make them go through such undignified actions, and they will eventually get the hint. And you still get yours. That's the thing. You still get yours at the same time.
Somebody in the chat room, and Zero posted up a super chat that's interesting. But somebody in the chat room, I can't remember who, somebody in the chat room said, does Brad have to put up with this? And that's an interesting point. Brad, meaning white men of a certain stripe, we'll say upper middle class. Listen, you think what we're saying right here about how to deal with this very real problem of black female obesity is bad? Listen to white guys. I know white guys on Wall Street. Okay. These are like high flying masters of the universe, venture capitalist guys. And they got runway model type chicks at the dinner table with them. And she goes to reach for that dinner roll. He slaps her hand and says, restraint. Restraint. White guys are brutal.
This is true.
Downright brutal. What we're doing is just a love tap.
But see, the thing, Obsidian, you talked about a Wall Street white guy. If you go back and look at, me and Game Changer talked about this before. I don't know if I ever sent him the clip. I was supposed to, but of Al Bundy. I might have played it on this show now that I think about it. Of Al Bundy. I mean, it was fictional, but a shoe salesman. Like, it's like a 18-minute clip of him just going in on fat women, making all the funniest fat jokes you're gonna ever hear. So it was sort of like ingrained into their culture that even just regular average Joe white guys wasn't going for certain stuff. Like,
and I'm glad you brought that up, Bernard, because that has been a flashpoint of your show. And so let me take this time out to just address this. Okay. Black men are going to have to accept this is not going to be easy. Black men are going to have to accept that we are not white guys. You're 100% correct, Bernard. Though the Al Bundy archetype, the Archie Bunker archetype, could do those things and still get cooperation and some. That's true. That's not going to be true for his black counterpart. Remember, Al it was Archie because we're not white.
Yeah, but the cooperation. What does is white magic? Hold on, you got to explain that.
Yes, being white in the minds of black women, just being white means you're on the winning team. If you're a white guy, you're on the winning team. You can be Archie Bunker. You're still on the winning team.
Okay, but I disagree with you when you just flat out say we're not going to get that. No, you're going to get what you're allowed to stay there.
Hang on.
All right.
So you use Al Bundy. Now his analog of a sort would be Archie Bunker, who came along, a generation previous. And Archie Bunker had his own foil, and that was his next door neighbor, George Jefferson. See, Archie Bunker was just like Al Bundy. He was just your everyman. George Jefferson was an entrepreneur, a very successful one. As a matter of fact, that's what set the stage for him being a bit player on All in the Family to going to the Jeffersons, and we all heard the lead off song, "We're moving to the deluxe apartment in the sky." So this is going to be, and I'm not saying this with any glee or anything like that. And to tell you the truth, I'm not proud to say this, but brothers are going to have to accept that things for us are different. We can't be Archie Bunker and expect to get this. That's not fair. I would agree with that. That is true. We cannot be just an average Al Bundy and get this. It's not going to work for us.
So
we gotta be more like a George.
But
with all due respect, Obsidian, that is the type of crap that these fat bitches and pre-fat bitches try to instill in us. This whole "you don't deserve more because you are black," and what we do is we internalize that, and it allows us to accept eating fat ass pussy. Shout out to Platinum Elite. It allows us to accept and embrace that. That's why they're constantly drilling. That's why they're constantly drilling that into you. They're constantly saying, you're a beta male clone. You're not white. You're this, and this. They're constantly reminding you of your race and ethnicity, so you do not demand the things of the other race and ethnicity. Hold
on, Platt. Wait a second, Platt. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I want to finish this point. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Yeah. They're constantly doing that, so you do not demand more. See, every time a black man demands more, they say, "Oh, that's white people shit." Or every time a man said, like, "Oh, wait, you just want some chick to get you a sandwich? That's white girl shit." Or you just want a chick to suck your dick all day? That's white girl shit. You goddamn right. I know what it is, and I want it, and I want you to do it. And if you don't, you will. Understand this. I don't care. I want each and every single thing a white man has, from the front of the bus to the back of my penis, and I will not quit until I get it. That is how that works. I don't say I'm going to accept mediocrity simply because I was born melanated, like I refuse to accept the curse of my fathers. I'm not gonna say I deserve. I'm not gonna stand in front of a fat ass bitch and say, something, I'm a black man, so I must take my medicine. No, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. I deserve the front of the bus, the good water from the water fountain, all that shit.
Let me speak to that.
Game Changer. Evie now, thank you for the super chat. It says while listening to the stream while working out, you guys are raw today. Hold on, Platt. Game Changer and Obsidian got a good back and forth going on here. We got to let them play it out.
I was attacked, though, bro.
It's fine.
I'll go after Platinum. Go ahead, Platinum. You want to say something? Go ahead.
That's small. Okay, go ahead, Platt.
Okay, first of all, I don't fuck with fat bitches. I do streams about them. If you listen, you know what I talk about. As far as you, wait a minute. As far as you, that's something you're dealing with, as you have rules and all of that. It would be easier if you would stop them from attacking me. I wouldn't have to deal with it. But I'm saying, whatever his
obsession came up here to attack, though.
No, I came up to make my comments.
They were talking about fat women, and you came up here and basically said you niggas got to deal. You came here to say you niggas got to deal with fat women, and they ain't gonna change for y'all because y'all some weak, bitch, broke niggas. That's what you came up here to say.
Well, I don't disagree with what you just said. But hold on.
So you can't get mad at he clap back.
Hold up. Jessica X makes a good point. Simple solution: ignore fat women.
I do.
That's what I do.
But you keep making streams bigging them up.
I've been telling y'all forever that these niggas come up here and the first thing they do is assume that you don't get pussy or you a weak ass.
I don't know what you do, bro. But I don't have to assume anything about Zero. You are a bitch. Okay.
Right.
I'm not assuming. Flat out.
It was a good.
It's Freestyle Friday, Bernard. Let it happen, baby. Hey, this is.
I know, but it was a good conversation.
What have I assumed, though?
All right, hold on.
Yeah. You just jumped in your bitch body and tried to cuss me out for no reason. You see how fucking weak you are?
Zero. My first time ever muting Zero. I feel bad about it. Okay. But I'm gonna mute y'all for I gotta mute y'all for a second because I like good conversations, and Game Changer and Obsidian was on the brink of a good conversation, and I don't want this to get into some you said this, I said this, well, you called me a bitch. No, you ain't bitch. We ain't going there. Obsidian and Game Changer got a good debate going. I'd rather hear a lively, passionate debate on that versus who's bitch broke and who not. All right, let's go. Obsidian, whoever Obsidian or Game Changer, whichever one was on. Whichever one had it.
Right. So okay, so Game Changer made a legitimate point, and I would like to speak to that. And admittedly, this is coming from my own perspective. Okay, so you take it for whatever you think it's worth. See, my thinking is this: my background is such that it was not the norm. Like I come from like 3 generations of black businessmen. I grew up in a black world. The mayor was black. The police and fire chiefs were black. The superintendent of schools was black. My congressman was black. my councilmen and then councilwomen were black. So, everybody that was somebody was black. And black men were in clear positions of authority. And I understand that that's a rather rare thing as I talk to more and more black men. And so I come from that perspective. See, for me, my dealings with white people is based on my own terms. Let's put it that way. When I don't want to deal with black white folks, I don't. And when I need them for something or I want them for something, I summon them over and I do what I got to do. And that's that. What I'm getting at is, and as a businessman, what I'm getting at is that I control everything in my immediate environment. It is not subject to the approval or permission of others. And I make sure that I communicate that both verbally, because men in pickup, there's an idea known as subcommunication, right? It's not just what you say, but what you don't say and your nonverbal stuff. And women are much more sensitive to that sort of thing than we guys are. So I make sure I communicate that both verbal and nonverbal, the overt and the subcommunication. That I run this here. Everything around here, I run it. Everything rolls through me. And if you want to be here, you'll do what I want you to do. And if you don't, there's the door. And you'll be replaced in very short order. I will find women that want to play along. If you don't. And there's a different dynamic at work between black men and black women than it is between white men and white women. Matter of fact, that was the whole basis of the black man. There would be no black manosphere if that wasn't true. There would be no need for it. There's a different dynamic at work. And I accept that dynamic. Game Changer is right. And Bernard has talked about this before. There are black women who are not going to cooperate no matter what you do. But they'll use Silent Lamont calls it something else. I don't want to use that terminology. I'll call it the dancing monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Black women will use the dancing monkey in the ever-changing goalposts as an excuse for them just not wanting to cooperate. And I accept that. That's fine. If you just don't want to cooperate no matter what, you need to be out of here. I don't allow people, I don't like using royalty examples and stuff like that, but for lack of a better way of putting it, I'm the king of the castle here. I am the sovereign here. The queen is the king's bitch. Shout out to Patrice O'Neal. Understand that. Know that. You still serve the king just like everybody else. If you don't like the way I run things in my kingdom, there's the drawbridge. Don't let it hit you on the way out. But this is how it's going to go. And I think, see, when you're a guy that kind of has to, in the minds of black women, if you're a guy that kind of has to punch a clock and to put an even finer point on it, if you're a guy that has to be kind of subordinate to whites, that gives black women an out. Because they can always say, and we've already heard it. We've heard it for years. Black women will say, you don't have any authority. You're dominated. We all know the rap.
Okay, so only black. Okay, so we need a 100% business owning class of black men.
And let me speak to that, because I know that was coming.
Because white men don't have that, Hispanic men don't have that, Asian men have that. Nobody has that. So
I agree. They're all not with black women either.
I don't see why that matters.
It matters because they're not black women.
Okay, so you're basically saying our women are illogical, and so if they will only act right to a black man who owns his own business, then they just gonna die alone, and hardworking black men will just get with the few black women that will act right, or women or other women.
Yes, let's be clear about this.
Okay, but it sounds like you're still like taking a knee on the 2-yard line.
No, I'm not taking a knee. Let's be clear about this. Kevin says this all the time to black women. And I know that I don't know if you guys had talked about it before I joined the conversation. I'm going to tie this in, weave this in. There's been some murmuring from certain dark corners of the black manosphere that Kevin ain't shouting out the black manosphere. They don't get it. Kevin is the walking manifestation of the black manosphere. He just isn't overt. He's just not overt about it because that's part of the appeal of Kevin. He doesn't clunk you over the head. It's very subtle. See, black women know exactly what Kevin is doing. They understand it. And so, yes, he always tells black women, you're going to die alone. If you can't get with the rank and file Black Al Bundy, you're going to die alone. Because the George Jefferson brothers ain't going to take that crap off of you. They're not. They're not. They don't work from can't see in the morning to can't see at night with your barely average at best ass who thinks that you're better than you are, going to come up in a deluxe apartment in the sky and think that you call shots. No. You're going to die alone. Understand that. Know that. He's doing the job. He's just not doing it in the way that the dark corners of the black manosphere think we need to do it, because that way doesn't work. It just doesn't. Black women understand exactly what's going on here. Believe me, they understand it. A whole lot of sisters are going to wind up by themselves in their final years because they couldn't. We even heard it. We even heard a situation that made Kevin a household name. We all heard it. The sister called into his show, said, I need a high value man. And when he asked her flat out, why can't you get with an average guy? What was her response? I can't respect an average guy.
Well, just real quick. Another big part of this too is black women not gonna respect you even if you own your own business. Shout out to Dr. Dre. Ultimately, man, listen. Men need to understand the power they have in a relationship and marriage dynamics. Every woman wants to be married. I don't give a damn how much I can do bad all by myself. I don't give a damn how much Mary J. Blige you listen to, all this other shit. Women want to be exactly what we keep talking about here. She wants to be claimed and she wants to be kept. Okay? So once you understand that, bro, whether you're low value, average value, or high value, you can have the fucking power, nigga. He-Man, goddamn. That's the most important part for it. All these conversations that keep being had. Don't think about, because a lot of times the dynamic is had for the female ends up with the power. You have the ultimate child to zero. Understand that if and when you give a woman a relationship, you still have a power source. But once you give her marriage in the current fucking state and system and everything we have here, she literally has all the fucking power, nigga. And you're walking around with your fucking ass up in the air with your cheeks open. Okay, yeah, just keep in mind of that. And just one more thing to the point, Platinum. I don't know what you be talking about, brother, but you from Tennessee, right? Or are you still living in the Tennessee area? I know you originally from that area, right? You from Tennessee, correct?
I got family out there. Out there. I'm really from Florida, though.
Oh, you're from Florida. All right, baby. Okay, I know you talked about you had the fucking lingo and shit. Okay, so never mind then. It don't matter. But okay, cool.
10 second public service announcement to let everybody know Bernard is being really, really selfish and stingy because RBR is in the back and he won't let him participate in the conversation.
RBR,
so you guys are being deprived of premium entertainment, and it's all Bernard's fault. Thank you.
Yes, I fully own that. Al Boogie in the building says straight effery from here on out. B Diddy. Shout out to Scott. Hold on, Platt. Okay. Shout out to Scott Hayward. He said $5 to kick Platt off. Platinum ain't getting. It take more than that to kick Platt off. Platinum super chatted me $100 multiple times. He a permanent fixture. You can't get rid of him now. He part of the team. Unfortunately, no, just. But no, Platt ain't going nowhere. But
that's the type of dude. That's the type of dude that fuck with fat bitches right there.
All right.
Could you share?
Scott Haywood.
I'm gonna. Okay. I guess we're here now. We've ended that portion of the conversation where I think Obsidian and Game Changer had a good potential back and forth.
No, and we do. I just want to I want to continue on what Obsidian and I were talking about. But before I get into that, let's just take the one in the blue, shall we? The one in the blue, second from the left. Brother Zero, do you find the one in the blue, second from the left, attractive?
I can't see what you're talking about.
You can't see the screen?
On the screen?
I have fat bitch filter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so she's invisible to you, which means no. Okay. Fantastic. What about you? The one in the blue, second from the left. Do you find that woman attractive?
Come on, man. Why y'all giving these extreme cases of just like these damn Marshmallow Band bitches, man? Come on, bro.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll take that as a no.
Let me give a no.
So Bernard, do you find?
I'll give my no vote, even though I agree with Fantastic. There is a certain sweet spot where that waist small and that ass fat and all of that. But no, they've went over the line.
That's the one in the middle. That's church pussy. So I mean, I don't know where these guys grow up. That's church pussy. The one in the middle. That woman is in high demand amongst men of the cloth, if that's what we want to call it, whatever. That's church pussy. So the other two women, they were offered. The other women were offered as topics of discussion, which, you know, black men show a fondness for fat women. It's not. It wasn't platinum. It was a topic we discussed, and we're going to continue to discuss these topics, just like you guys are discussing topics.
No. So you would give her a yes.
As you retrain them, as you say, to lose weight. No, we just dealt with the topic.
So you say yes, right? You so yours is a yes. I haven't gotten to Obsidian yet.
No, it's not. No, that's not. It's not across the board. If I no, I'm not going to say. But no, I abstain. I'm not going to say.
I'll take that as a yes. All right, Obsidian. Would you?
He gave you a whole. He gave you a whole paragraph.
Put me down for the left. I don't want the one in the middle. Give me the far left.
You'll take the far left.
All right. Enjoy.
Yeah, if you're gonna say I'm gonna do them, then give me the big one. Fuck it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, enjoy it. So, Obsidian.
Yeah.
The 1 second from the left, the one in the blue.
Right.
Would you boink that?
No.
Okay, and nor would I. So we have several hard no's and one evasive action.
Well, I'm afraid the reason why I'm afraid that she might, crush me or something.
Yeah.
She might roll over on me, and that'll be the end of Obsidian.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of bad that comes with that. I got a feeling that she can smell truffles. So
good luck getting action at the one in the middle. That woman is in real life. That woman is extremely popular. She's got a Facebook. She's got an IG. She's very popular on IG. She's in a relationship.
Yeah,
that's church. That's church pussy.
Grumpy Cat has real popular IG.
Okay, my point is this: it wasn't about.
It wasn't churchmen are lusting after Grumpy Cat.
No. What I'm saying, it wasn't black men who don't like fat women. It was black men love fat women. Fat women. I was making a point. We talked about the ones that are totally off the table, the ones on the end, but the two from the left, guys like them, and we was like, guys, they're not gonna openly say that, but they do. That's what I'm saying. As far as me, that's got nothing. I don't know those women.
No, we're openly saying that we don't like it. So
you guys, okay, you don't, okay, that's fine.
But you do, and that's fine.
No, I don't.
But you just said you do.
No, I said you're gonna lie and say I like them, so I said you're gonna give me one, give me the big.
All right, okay, all right, hold on.
Yeah, you're right. Why is he talking about my stuff up here? So yeah, you're right.
This is what happens in these discussions, Game Changer.
Okay.
Hold on, Game Changer, real quick. When you try to speak about how it is an overall general problem for black people as a whole, black relationships, black families, black marriages, raising black children, the whole Megillah, it's an overall problem for all of that working out well. I'll use the word as a collective group. If 70% of the women are overweight, fat, and obese, what Platinum hears is, you gotta fuck fat niggas because you bitch broke and you ain't got no game. So because that's what he hears.
Doesn't that go back to my point though, Bernard?
The conversation is like there's a deeper conversation being had, and you're talking about ways. When Game Changer was laying out the ways that black men as a group can work to fix that problem. Platinum isn't hearing the bigger conversation.
No. I actually
hold on. Isn't it? Let's assume that is indeed Platinum's premise. Whether it is or not, just work with me. Let's assume that's true. But wouldn't that read doubt to my argument? Being successful, controlling your environment is the solution. Because if she doesn't want to get on board, she got to go.
Yeah, I never. I mean that. Yeah, anybody can say that.
Yeah,
I mean, Obsidian. The point that I'm making is that the black male construction worker that I don't even make 60K, or like I said on the show yesterday, I don't care if he shovels shit for a living. If he gets with a woman who qualifies for a shit shoveler, if they in a relationship, then yeah, that shit shoveler should demand respect in his house.
But that's the key word, though. I'm dealing with the outcomes in the real world, not what should be. I just told
all right, then she need to get in the real world. She need to get the fuck out. He need to put her the fuck out his house.
Hang on.
That's easy.
I agree with you, but I just got finished telling you the woman that made Kevin Samuels a household name said out of her own mouth, "I can't respect an average guy."
So it's not Obsidian. It's not a matter of how much they respect us. It's a matter of how much we respect ourselves. Right quick, Obsidian, because we let you rock. You know, far too long in the black community, we let our self-respect be determined by black women.
I agree.
We only respect ourselves as much as black women respect us. And that's, all right, go ahead.
I agree. Yeah. The solution is for the rank and file black man to kick her the fuck out.
Exactly.
Let me say this. Go without the pussy. It ain't worth it.
But see, the problem with, and I agree with that, but Obsidian, the obstacle that we as black men have with going without the pussy is some lame nigga calling you bitch broke. And
hold on. Now this is what I'm saying. Listen, no, again, what we're missing the most important thing here. Fuck what the bitch say. Fuck what the bitch want. Look what the bitch do. She already got a baby. She got a kid by ain't shit nigga. So I don't give a damn about her saying what she can't respect. I know she can respect them because she got pregnant by one. So again, what she says is irrelevant. What she's coming to the table is she wants a fucking genie. A bitch wants the motherfucking a nigga to stand in front of her. She to rub on his fucking forehead or on his shoulder, and he grant wishes. That's what fucking Kevin Samuels was supposed to be for this bitch. He's supposed to motherfucker open up his Rolodex of high value niggas that he has a network to, and pick her one that she wants to her liking, height, income, fucking all the other shit that she wants, and be that. The most important part which y'all missing is that, bro, it's not enough quality fucking women out here for the men, period.
I agree.
Starting at a deficit unlike anybody else, even if you just go by the body standards, because why? Up to 70+% of the women are fucking overweight. It's plus 70%. Hold on. If 70% of the women are fucking overweight, you telling niggas not to fuck, it's unrealistic. Niggas have to fuck. That is a part of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Niggas kill shit, okay? So you much rather have a nigga nutting in a fat bitch than motherfucking putting a gun to your head, okay?
Fantastic. I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying don't nut in them. What I'm saying is zip your pants and make them suck it through the hole in your underwear. Yes, don't get completely naked. Treat them like they're lesser women because there are.
Hold on real quick. Again, game changer. That shit sounds cute and cool, bro. But at the end of the day, for real, bro, I'm trying to get pleasure. I'm not trying to teach no bitch no lesson.
You can still get pleasure through the hole in your drawers.
Nick, no, that's not pleasurable, my nigga. Again, I need her. I don't need her lips hitting my zipper. She might not, you know what I'm saying, try to get the whole thing. Listen, bro, I want to be comfortable.
The lips hitting the zipper is punishment for being fat.
Brother, to each his own. Listen, I'm not thinking about teaching a bitch no lesson while I'm trying to get this motherfucking protein shake down her throat.
Thank you for that. Fantastic. Thank you for that. And the truth,
by all means, do it your way. But what I did, and y'all niggas killed me, man. Platinum, this your fault, nigga. I guess you.
What I do this time?
That was your thumbnail. Whose video was that? I don't know whose video that was.
That was my thumbnail, man. It was old stuff.
No, this is from Platinum Elite's video where he talks about how he likes the one in the blue.
Listen, man.
There's something else at work here. There's something else at work here. Both Platinum and Fantastic are saying something different from what Game Changer and to a large extent I'm saying. So we have this dichotomy between individual wants and collective needs, right?
Okay.
So if I may,
Obsidian, what you're not accepting is that we understand you don't like her. We understand game change. We understand she's not attractive, health issues, etc. But the reality is that woman in the blue, the one in the middle, is in high demand. She has a
right. So
group of men who want to date her.
I'm not
So
disagreeing.
when you say let's shut, when you say let's shut it down, you say
I'm not.
no. I'm saying when you say let's. Okay, all right.
You can agree with him. Okay,
what I'm saying is this: black men have to ask themselves something, because this is an excellent juncture in the conversation. We have to ask ourselves something here. What is more important to us? Our sexual needs by hook or crook, or something else? When I listen to black women, we don't need to recount the names. We all know who they are. Black women don't see black men as individuals. They've made that clear. They see black men as a collective. Collectively, you aren't doing this. Collectively, you're not achieving that. And they use that as a reason why they do or don't do thus and so. So my question becomes this: what is more important to us as black men? Now, I'm not disagreeing with Platinum. Look, if you like it, I love it. If that's what you want to do, but then we can't be mad when black women do what they do, which among them is continue to stuff their face. We can't be mad at that. What do we want? What do we? I heard somebody on the panel here earlier say black men don't really know what they want. There's some truth in that. What do we want?
Pussy. The answer is pussy.
Well, and we want it from women that look better than the one in the blue. No,
we just want it.
Well, yeah, I mean, some do, but see, there's a lot of black men that'll do anything, including the woman in the blue dress, to avoid being bitch broke. What I'm saying that we as black men must understand that there are certain things worse than not fucking. And that thing is fucking that bitch in a blue dress. Other races of men get it. They abstain longer. They maintain higher standards. Some of them won't even kill themselves before they do the chick in the blue dress. However, when you look at these like Asian guys who become virgin or who are virgins in their early 20s and stuff like that, they have opportunity to get with a fat chick. They just don't, because they don't see them as women. Like Zero said, the chick in the blue and everyone on the screen was literally invisible to him. And they say that that's white people stuff, or we're not allowed to think that way because we were conquered, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't give a damn. If a chick say, oh, you were conquered, suck my dick anyway. And if she says, you're a beta male coon because you work for the white man, well, okay, suck my dick anyway. Suck my dick, give me sandwich. No matter what you say, nothing is going to change my mind for me to understand that I am worthy of a certain type of treatment, period. You think you're the first person, black, white, otherwise, etc., male, female, to call me white? I'm a motherfucking nerd. I've been in chess clubs, Math Olympus, Mesa, all kind of shit. With the white boys. You think that I don't understand that I have a right to compete and I have a right at equal shot at the same fucking trophies that they get? Fuck all that. I deserve each and every single one because I'm better with the big penis. Give me my head and sandwich. Period.
There you go. And my thing is this. If you want slender, attractive, whatever, white women, whatever, black women, because I did want to pose the question, do black women belong to black men? Because that's what it sounded like you were saying, our women, because I can tell you right now, they don't believe that. But my thing is that if that's where you want to spit action at, like, why would I go out and holler at a fat bitch and then complain about her being fat? I go holler at a woman I like because try to get that action.
Well, so Platinum, I'll answer that question. I don't holler at fat bitches and complain about them being fat. I'm talking about the collective of black men.
Right. And let me point out something real quick, though. Part of that whole bipolar position shit I was talking about earlier is just like, for instance, church pussy. No, she's easy pussy. That's the answer. Right. She's easy pussy. Yeah. Now, the thing is, so the second.
Let me ask you.
I don't really want to keep pointing fingers, but so as soon as Platinum got upset with like somebody in the chat talking shit, the first thing he said was, "This is the kind of guy that fucks fat bitches," using it as an insult, while at the same time saying, "I like fucking fat bitches, particularly
I didn't say I
the
like
manatee in the middle."
Excuse me. Platinum, this is your video. And on this video, you do say that you do like the one in the blue. Let's be clear, Platinum. You know, on all your double talk and fence writing, you like to fuck fat bitches. And that is, as Zero said, the same thing you accused the brother of.
Right, but
Okay,
but
can I
you
respond now?
but hold on. I don't want to again. I don't want to go into the whole
I got
bullshit.
you
It's
good,
just
bro.
like
It don't matter. It don't
but
matter.
the thing is, it's like, but you use it as an
No, you got one
insult.
girl that weighs as much as two.
So, but the thing is, so when you do it, it's a positive. But you use it as an insult to the other guy. That's kind of bipolar double talk. However, I'm off of that. I'm off of that.
We're done with that. Okay.
The problem is that we
All
talk.
right,
We can talk shit about all this shit all we want and say they're in demand. But the fact of the matter is, you can line up a bunch of chicks. 1 through 10, like this is a 1, this is a 2, all the way up to 10, and you say, which one of these women do you want? And black men are just gonna say yes. It's not a yes or no question. you line them up.
On that, I will agree with you.
So,
hold up. Anybody who listens to my streams, I've openly said black men will fuck anything, including each other, as we see in the prison. Wait a minute.
I dropped him. I had to take you. You in a timeout, Platinum. You come back. You in a timeout. You just take like 5 minutes. Think about what you said.
So Zero, right quick.
Peter,
I know you can't see them, but my bad. Go ahead, Bernard.
No, well, damn, I just lost that. That super chat lost forever. But thanks for that super chat, I have it on the screen right here.
I have it on the screen right here. You just said that those uninterested in being better stewards of the physical, emotional, and intellectual and financial have more issues than a lack of external validation. Their sloth and sordid abasement, i.e., lack of self-esteem and worth, is on fleek. And I think he makes a good point. This goes back to my argument. Look, man, I'm not saying how things ought to be. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing how things are.
But you're basing how things are based off what they say. Fuck what they say.
Hang on. I'm basing it on observable phenomena. If black women, let me put it this way: if black men want a better outcome, what are we doing to bring it about? It seems to me, and Platinum does make one good point. He is right about this, because I've seen him demonstrate this with Instagram.
You're basing what is a better outcome based off what they say on the forever moving goalpost.
Hang on.
That's where you're going wrong with.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
What is the better outcome as far as you're concerned?
The better outcome as far as what?
Well, I said, what better outcome do black men want? You said I'm basing it based on what black women say.
Yeah, well, you're talking about black men and black women in better. I assume you're talking about black men and black women in better relationships together. So you're looking at their forever moving goalposts and saying, "Dance, nigga, dance."
All right. So what do you say it is?
What do I say it is? I think better relationships with better families and better this and better all that.
How do you bring that about?
How do I bring that? Are you talking about my personal life? Or are you talking about
if you're king for a day now? How do you bring? What is your policy?
I'm not in the business of forcing people to do something, but I think it would generally make sense for black. Let's just say, for example, something I've said before: a black woman should definitely, come hell or high water, do what she can to get with the most competent man that she could get with, the most competence, character's willingness to commit. The guy who's willing to give her that's the guy she should definitely throw herself on the mercy on, come hell or high water, and try to make it work out. And they both work together, try to stick together and raise some damn productive productive individuals. Now that man, that most competent man with the best character that she can get commitment from, might be a construction worker, depending on where she's at. It might be a shit shoveler. It might be a Wall Street executive. All depends on where she's at. But she should do a proper appraisal and assessment of where she's at and understand that this is what she qualifies for. get with that, and then the two of them work together, come hell or high water, to try to raise a productive families and productive citizens. That's what would make shit work. It sounds like where you're going with it is no, black women, regardless of where they rank, they're saying they want to be with a vertical business owner, and so black men need to understand that even if you are a able-bodied, working, productive citizen, don't expect to get a compliant woman. No, dance, nigga, dance. Become the owner of a major business, and then maybe a black woman will want to play nice with you. She'll play nice with you now.
Bernard,
that's what it sounds like you're saying.
But Bernard, I've conceded your point. Now, there's no need to go back to my point because I already conceded.
Okay.
How likely is it in your schema for black women to say, you know what, this is my proper appraisal, I'm a 5, let me get with this construction worker and work with him and be submissive to him? How likely is that to happen now, Bernard? Is it happening now? And how likely is it to happen?
I think some of them will, some of them won't, and then they will see the results of their outcomes, and that's that. But at the end of the day, that individual man, it'd be nice if he became the owner of some big business and made a lot of money. But reality, hold on. But reality is reality. It's going to be. I know. I'm just working towards another point. Reality is reality. There's going to be some people who are going to be average, slightly above average, slightly below average. But that average, slightly above average or below average or doing well, man, could draw a line of what he's going to accept and not going to accept.
So is that happening? So we've already conceded.
Okay, so
hang on. The George Jefferson model is out the door. We've conceded. We're now dealing with your Al Bundy model. Okay. Black women are not accepting it. The black Al Bundys ain't white Al Bundy.
Obsidian, what do corporations do when they cannot find eligible workers within the population that they see?
They do a nationwide, they do an international search.
Exactly. Fellas, if you cannot find if you are worthy and you cannot find a decent fit woman to get you a sandwich, then do a international search.
So here's my question.
Do right quick, Obsidian, because it seems like the conclusion is we have to deal with this shit because we're black. No, do a international search. Do an interracial search. Do a intercultural search. Do a international search. Right quick, Obsidian, damn. Search Colombia, search Brazil, search Atlantis, search Wakanda, search Zamunda. Search each and every single place, each and every single crevice. Do not look under a rock because the bitch you want can't fit under a rock. Search everywhere. Search everywhere for that sandwich. You do not have to employ from a sample population.
Game changer. That hasn't happened.
No.
Everybody knows
it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet.
Hang on.
Wait a minute.
By this point, by this juncture, everybody knows about SYSBM. Everybody knows it. Everybody. That hasn't happened.
Okay, then nothing happens until it happens.
Hang on. We can debate the reasons why it hasn't happened. We can debate,
that's easy. Dick watching nigga shaming.
Well, the thing is, Obsidian, is that nothing happens until it happens.
But I'm saying, if black men were going to do that, they would have done it. The black men who have done it, they're already out the door.
Obsidian, a black man turns 18 every day, for one. And for two, it will continue to happen.
I'm not talking about 18-year-olds here. Everybody here is middle-aged.
Okay, well, a black man turns middle age every day. So, it just because something hasn't happened in the numbers that you seek for it to happen, it doesn't mean it will not happen.
And also,
this is the direction that we should move towards.
Hang on.
Because at the end of the day, listen, there's two types of slaves. There's the ones that accept their plot in life, and then there's the ones who run until you cut their foot off. Okay. I don't know which one you are, but if I understand that there is freedom in the North, or in this case the South, then that is what you do.
I'm not. Let me pump the brakes and say this. What Game Changer said is absolutely 100% right. And I also reject the premise that the average black man in America, if he's an upright, hardworking guy, whether he's earning average income, slightly below average, slightly above average, he don't got to take shit from his woman. No. Okay, then she can get the fuck out the door. Then he can just live have. Then he can just have. No. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's why we're so unmarried. That's why we're so unmarried. He's having a Obsidian.
That goes back to those points.
Obsidian.
Still fucking these women.
Obsidian. That what I just described is he's staying single here in America, and he's having a casual. Yes, he's having a casual. He's having holy shit. Obsidian. Stop for a second, please. He's living a single casual sex life, and he's happy.
It still is validating them.
Okay,
that's what they aren't getting. They're still being validated. Yes, I'm still desirable because men want to fuck me.
Well, I don't want to fuck them. So take the one in the blue dress for example.
Oh, wait, hold on, whoa. This whole conversation. I didn't know it was about these chicks weren't supposed to be on the screen. I didn't know he was talking about them.
But no, right quick. But the one on the screen, we all remember what they look like. We have it unfortunately burnt into our.
But I was talking about the average guy getting with the average woman. I wasn't talking about that.
No, I get you. They're below average. But right quick, I'm sitting right quick. Zero. Let me ask you: is the one in the blue dress? Is she a young white knock?
No.
Okay, so if a guy was seeking a young white knock, but he finds himself lusting after church pussy, would you say that guy is settling?
Yeah, he's settling.
So far too often, black men have been taught to settle, like the slave on the plantation that I was talking about. We have settled that this is the reality. What I want and what I feel I deserve because I'm such a pimp is a young white knock. However, I wind up lusting after church pussy that I can't even have. That is the plight of so many black men because they understand, they embrace their own mediocrity. However, this is an individual thing. And once you attempt to make this a collective thing, you get the pushback that you are receiving now. Because as the title says, black men love fat women. No, we don't. And stop trying to put that on us. This is an individual church pussy lust thing because you can't get the young hot knock, or the young white knock that you so seek. When you can't do that, you get with black men love fat black women. So you don't feel that you're alone in your sick desire for church pussy.
Okay.
All right. Now let me say this. Hold on. Let me say
I
this.
didn't know this was going to be about me.
Hold on. Listen, fellas. Listen. Yes, it's problems in Black America dating and dealing with black women, but I'm not so that it's it's not that goddamn difficult to where the extremity the extreme nature of what Obsidian is where Obsidian is taking this. I mean, yes, if you're having problems, okay, if you can open your options all the way up and may the best woman win. Have global dating options if you can. But if while you're dealing with here, if you're a regular guy, it is possible to find a regular chick with a halfway decent head on her shoulders that you can work with. Like regardless of her race. Like I don't. It's
not happening.
I didn't get. What do you mean it's not happening?
Well, nothing happens until it happens. Obsidian.
Hang on. So we've been having this conversation. We'll use Bernard as the yardstick here. So
whenever you do that,
we've been doing some bullshit. Bernard has been doing this show now for the past few years. Right. 2 years.
1 year.
1 year.
Well, literally January of 2020.
January.
That's when I started going live. So yeah.
Okay. So over the past year, we've had these conversations a lot. And the argument that, and we're going to use your argument, Bernard, the rank and file everyday guy, average guy. If he can't get black women to cooperate, he should, as Game Changer said, he should widen his
source.
Right? But that hasn't happened. Because if it did, we wouldn't be having any conversations. There would be literally different conversations to have.
Obsidian. Your nemesis, for lack of a better word, Crystalline, or the pink woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Your nemesis. How long has she been saying swirl, 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 swirl? How long has she been saying that?
Very long time, better part of a dozen years.
So does she have somebody in her camp that just comes up and say, you know something, you've been doing this for the better part of 10 years. Maybe you should stop talking about it. Like, does she have such people?
Let me tell you what I think Obsidian is doing.
I don't know I don't know the inner workings of Crystalline Carrison's organization, so I can't answer definitively.
Yeah, but I mean publicly does she have
on the live show publicly? Yeah.
What I can say is this.
Okay.
I can say this. I do know from Carrison herself that she made a public statement that went, she has a hell of a time getting black women to lose weight, even in the pursuit of bread. So she's been forced to drop it from her pink pill program. She has said that. That gets at your answer. I don't think that the needle has moved.
So the needle hasn't moved much on the Brad versus Keisha thing. It hasn't. However, she continues to do so. And I don't think that anyone who wants to see the betterment, as she defines betterment, of her camp would speak that she should just stop simply because she haven't gotten the results. I mean, that's really demoralizing behavior that you're doing, Obsidian, and it runs contra to the goal of the manosphere. No, it runs contra to the goal of the manosphere. Okay, so I tell you what, the needle hasn't moved. What should we do?
Yeah, that's what I've been asking.
Yeah,
okay,
but
well,
no, he gave. Hold on. He gave
real quick. Obsidian, until you have an answer, then let us do what we continue to do, and don't speak against it publicly. Thank you.
I think he did give an answer. He basically saying, become a business owner, become more successful, become more this or become more that. That's what that was his solution. And it's what I'm sorry, what's that?
It worked in my life.
Okay. That to me, that's a weird thing to say here, because one thing that we always say, the term be on your purpose, be on your grind, work hard. We always talk about that. And while talking about that, we also say don't put up with no combative chick. If she ain't submitting, if she ain't acting right, get her the hell out your life. So we already saying that, we already covering that. So it's a weird thing for you to even be bringing that here in the way that you did.
Hang on a second. I'm not in line with the idea of being on your purpose.
Oh no, you are.
And I didn't offer a possible solution to the argument that there are black women among us of indeterminate number who, no matter what you do, refuse to cooperate.
What was your solution with that one?
You just recounted it. See, I control everything in my environment. I don't allow for anything uncooperative in my environment. It's got to go.
Oh yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you said that. That's how certain individuals among us can solve their personal situation. Absolutely. But still, overall, if the overall group of black women are acting like just the regular rank and file, as you said, that like the Al Bundy for a white guy or a Archie Bunker type of white guy, the black guy who's the equivalent of that, oh well, he ain't shit, he less than, then that doesn't help the overall group of black people. That helps the individual black man who's industrious. That helps me. That helps an industrious. That helps a business owning black man who's making decent money. That helps them. But I'm not in the business of saying, look at me, how great I am. I'm self-employed and I make decent money, so I'm doing good. I'm not just trying to have a virtue signal fest. I want to look at the whole scope of everything with Black America and see that, okay, if everybody have this mindset and they think like this, how is that going to play out in real time? And overall for the group, that won't play out. It won't play out well. So that's where I felt like your solution wasn't a solution. It was just you saying that I'm a self-made George Jefferson, built it up, moving on up, brother. So I don't got to deal with that. So yeah, good. I mean, that's good, Obsidian. That's great. Good for you.
But here's the other thing with that. I'm not saying that that's something that's not unique to me. I said I came from 3 generations. So that means that preceded me. That means it can be replicated. That means it can be done.
Obsidian,
of course, it can be done.
Okay.
It can be done, but it can't be done by 100%. It can't be done by 50%.
Okay.
Because it's not like that with no other group. It's not like that with no other group of people. So no, stop saying okay. I'm about to finish saying what I'm saying. With no other group of people, is it like that where 100% or 50% of them are self-made, self-employed business owners. That's not a solution.
All right, what is the solution?
That's just you saying, look at me.
What is a solution?
It's just you saying, look at me. I'm the shit.
No, that's not
what with me.
That's not what I said.
Come to death row. That's all you're doing.
That's how you interpret
Obsidian. I think that it's upon on me to point out the elephant in the bitch. Wheezy is fat. Okay, Wheezy is fat and ugly as shit.
She's also she's also well into. Hang on, because if we're going to talk about Wheezy at the point that we see her on the show, then let's talk about her whole history. She had been with George Jefferson since high school.
Okay, but understand this. She was fat on the Archie Bunker show. She was fat as long as we understand the marriage. My point is. So since we didn't, Obsidian, since we did not see her in high school. Since we didn't see her in high school, we can't speculate that he got anything from moving on up. If anything, if he got with a younger, hotter, sexier, childless Louise Jefferson before he moved into the penthouse apartment in the sky, then that would say something about the penthouse apartment to the sky. You're better off getting somebody younger, hotter, sexier, childless before you get the penthouse. There isn't a correlation between a penthouse and getting some. Right quick, Obsidian. There isn't a correlation between a penthouse and getting somebody younger, hotter, sexier, childless. So your solution falls short because your example is Louise Jefferson.
Hold on.
Jesus.
Number one, I already conceded, Bernard. Why are we still arguing my point when I conceded the argument?
Oh, my bad. I didn't know you conceded. All right. So we can move on. No, we can move on then.
No, hold up. Norman
wait.
Norman Lear.
So my thing is, hold it.
Can I offer? Go
ahead, Obsidian.
So my thing is, okay, you don't want to use, and I use the George Jefferson argument. Fine. So you guys are saying, well, what the rank and file guy should do is open his options. He's not doing that. Why?
I don't know until we figure it out.
Hold on. Let me hop in here. He's not doing that because he doesn't have the options that everybody acts like he has. The young cat that grew up 18 years of his life impoverished to a single mother, not of high, even average to high intelligence, doesn't have any type of skills. He doesn't have the education level to seek out or even pursue higher education. It's pretty much going to be regulated to the same neighborhood he grew up in. That speaks to black men having the lowest number of passports, black men having the lowest lowest amount of travel, and the income and all those other things. So that's why. So again, this is and yet again though, it's like the perfect storm or the ultimate trap, because it's all generated and made that way by the same black woman that he's trapped to. So it's really, I'm not gonna say what I want to say. The solution is to be determined. That's the best as I can say it, because you're not gonna have enough. And again, we remember this here in this space where they were talking about the 30% of black men, the higher earners and the higher educated leaving, and a certain sect of stupid motherfuckers said, well, fuck it, let them leave, fuck them, we don't need them. Remember that? So as long as that's the base understanding or line of thinking of the entire fucking black community, where the best and brightest, fuck them, we don't need them. Well, shit, how is shit gonna ever improve for the dudes that are on the bottom that's trying to make it up through the top? This is why this is an ongoing thing. There is no finite one answer definition to what's the solution. And I think we do a disservice when we do that. So we got to stop doing that, because when you ask, well, what's the answer? What's the answer? There is no fucking specific answer, because it's going to be different for the dude in Georgia versus the dude in Cali versus the dude in Chicago versus the dude in New York. Versus the 18-year-old dude versus the 30-year-old dude versus the 50-year-old dude.
Disagree with that. There is an answer. The problem is we don't look outside of America for, and I don't mean passport bro shit or anything like that. I mean like simply worldwide historical and current precedent. Every single patriarchal nation in the history of the world ever has always had some form of female replaceability. You have to be able to check hypergamy by replacing stuck-up bitches. You have to. what has served that purpose since the beginning of civilization has been, for the most part, prostitution. But in America, we outlawed it because daughter niggas. So at this point, the solution is simple. We probably won't have it because of a few things. Men let women get everything they want except that. Literally except that. All of the male feminists, they don't even want it. All of the niggas who are even anti-feminists, they don't want it because everybody has this principle based on what they think that women don't know any better. They think women are naive, stupid, children, and all the rest of that shit, without understanding what the rest of the entire world since history understands. Women are people too. Women are people too, and they don't want to be subjugated, just like any person doesn't want to be subjugated. So without being able to replace them and check the hypergamy, you just can't win. Everything else is lip service. Rich men, poor men, any walk of life, they all having the same bitch problems, all of them. So
yeah, very small worldview, very small worldview, and fake high moral compass. Yes. Complex. Listen, literally, bro. Shout out to all my military dudes, bro. They literally sell vagina all around the world. The only place that is not pretty much legal is here, bro. Okay, and even in some places here in Las Vegas, or now I won't say Las Vegas. I know Nevada, the state of Nevada, it actually is legal. And then they say out in California they're decriminalizing it, but decriminalization is not legalization. Right. So again, yeah, man. Until we get off of this thing, Zero is right again. Until you start letting these hoes sell the pussy, they not gonna start motherfucking moderating the pussy.
Right, but to my larger point though, I was saying
it might not be legal to do it here, but they're doing it here. They've always done it de facto, especially with social media now. I mean, it's like literally just blatant.
Yeah, but it's about protecting the consumer, platinum. It's about protecting the consumer, not the woman selling it.
That's
you talking about like tests and shit like that.
Zero explains the
pushback. The pushback is always that they're already doing it. That doesn't mean anything. We understand. Everybody understands that. Again, you have to look at the rest of the world and historical precedent. The reason why it's always been this way is because it's not because men oppress them into doing it or anything like that. In all of the nations where men have their pimp hands strong as fuck, or whatever you want to call it, women choose prostitution because it pays more than any other job they can get. However, because whenever you commoditize anything, including pussy, whenever you commoditize something, market dynamics take over, supply and demand takes over. So then the market becomes saturated, and to eke out a living, you have to be just like any other economically viable profession. You have to be the best of the best. Women only have one card, which is the genetic card, so only the fucking 10s get to play that game. Everybody below that has to deal with the saturation. And when they got to deal with the saturation, the shit becomes commoditized, the price drops, and then they trade their femininity for male value. That's what you have to do at that point.
You force them to submit because
this is why when you go to other countries, you see married dimes. Yeah, a dime in a room full of dime. What the fuck is she?
Exactly. And if you cross that street into the world of prostitution, that pretty much eliminates you from marriage ever, for the most part. Every now and then, if you have a dumbass dumb enough to do it, but for the most part, those tens are never ever. Those tens are going to retire whores because that's
women know that.
But they're willing to do it because that's their biggest return. They're never going to get the same return from one man that they'll get off of fucking capitalizing off of their genetics. So
and again, any chicks lower than a 9 aren't going to even have a financially viable life, so they'd rather be married.
Yep.
And there are guys who are willing to spend money on these lower end females. Yeah, no problem at all.
Right.
The 4s, the 3s, the 2s.
You're thinking about it from our point of view.
Well, that's where I live at.
We don't have right, but that's the thing. That's what we're talking about. The small-mindedness of how we think. The thing is,
small-minded because I live in America.
No. I'm the same. Everybody's the same way. We don't think about this from terms of how it works and how it has worked and how it is working. Like any country where, let me put it this way: them 4 niggas are more alpha than you.
Super.
They are. They'll be bitch ass.
Yeah,
easily.
And ain't no police. Police don't even come up. There is no such thing as domestic violence in the Eastern world. No such thing at all.
Right. Well, I actually live there, and they're not very alpha. But I mean, they do beat their women. I will agree with you on that. But as far as men,
their women are subjugated.
Hold up. Okay, I agree with you on that. They do control their women, but as far as men to men, they're extremely intimidated, especially of black men. So
well, hold on. Well, again, a black man would be a foreign entity to their thing, and ultimately, again, bro, if you think you as a one individual is go to any other country and run shit, you'll end up in a body bag real quick, bro. So,
as a guy who's lived there, I know I couldn't, as an American, run anything in another country because I don't have the people. But I'm saying, as a guy,
you can never have the people because it's not your land.
As a guy who's walked in within many neighborhoods that are entirely of foreign. I don't speak the language. I've lived there. I've never had a problem, and they are extremely timid of men, not just black men, German men, men. When it comes to women whooping that woman's ass, though, I would agree with you. They will whoop the shit out a woman. But if you want to call that being alpha, beating the shit out your woman. But as far as man,
now you on some what's the name shit, man.
Their culture subjugates their women. That's the point. We don't.
Yeah, and that's the same culture niggas always talk about. Niggas always big up, Muslim culture and Eastern culture and shit like that as to where, bitch, get in the kitchen barefoot and suck my dick while you cooking my grits. I mean, that's what them niggas get to do. Okay. So if you can't say that they're fucking not alpha if they have the ultimate thing that black men in pursuit of, which is control of their women. So that still puts them in a level of alphaness over you, bro, at the end of the day, because they can control
Okay,
them niggas got what you want, basically.
You're in the service,
exactly.
Right?
It don't matter if they ain't willing to whoop each other in the street or kill, because them niggas definitely get down them AK-47s. You know that. I mean,
that's anybody. That's anybody.
Well, that's not anybody.
That's
Again, even the understanding of violence in America compared to other countries is laughable, bro. You have professional fucking killers at like 13 in fucking Mexico and Central America and South America and whatnot. This all they do is kill.
Well,
so let's talk it, bro.
I actually been to Mexico, but I'm just
same thing in Africa. So you know this. So why are you? It's like
I haven't been to Africa. I haven't been to Africa. I'm saying you guys giving them this label. I'm just telling you the truth that they are not alpha in the sense they fear men. Now, if you
don't have an understanding of alpha, though, alpha is just not man to man contact. And then yet again, still, I promise you, bro, niggas kill niggas in other countries, and
well, fantastic. I'm a veteran. I've lived overseas. Alpha is the dominant male. That's the alpha. Okay, I've been the dominant male around all these foreign people. Not to brag.
So you think? Hold on. So if you were the dominant man, what man would be the dominant man in a situation to lead that situation?
Well, hold on. First of all, you don't know this. I've gotten in fights overseas.
Fam. I'm going by what you said. I'm not.
We going way the fuck off track, man.
We all okay. What you said.
Okay. I've been. Go look it up. It says that dominant male or whatever. The dominant male is the alpha, right? The others are beta because they're subordinate to the alpha. All right, that's what it said. Okay, it's not my definition. I'm telling you, you said them dudes is way more alpha than me. I get where you're going with it. I just wanted to say, hey, they do dominate their female. They can do way more to a female than I can. I grant you that. And they'll get away with it. But as far as man to man, as far as like you, I'm talking about you too. Just believe this. They actually fear men. So just that you know that inside you, they're not alpha.
Well, a scared nigga to be the first one to kill a nigga, bro. Scared niggas kill niggas.
I agree with you on that.
Niggas don't fear men, they fear their God. They don't fear
men. Anybody that blow themselves up, bro, they don't give a damn about no damn man, bro.
Again, we way off track. We way off track this shit. The point of the fact of the matter is they subjugate their women by culture. And that's what, and they have what you want. You want domination over your women. They have that, and there's reasons why they have it, and there's reasons why it works, and there's reasons why it always has worked and will always work. The bottom line is you have to be able to have a mechanism of checking hypergamy, or else you will fucking lose every single time. Because at some point, nobody is going to escape the fact that pussy is going to pull your whole card. It's going to. If you can't replace that woman, pussy gonna pull your whole card, you're gonna bend the fucking knee. It's really that simple. I mean, we have proof of that in our society. OnlyFans exists. The manosphere exists. All this shit exists because pussy pulls your whole card, and you're gonna lose. So again, if you can't replace that, if you can't put that hypergamy in check by making women replaceable economically, you're gonna fucking lose.
We can talk all the shit we want, but that's what's happening.
Let them sell the pussy. Embrace the selling of the pussy, y'all. Embrace it.
Yeah, women choose this. This isn't some shit that men force them to do. Women are not naive. They understand transactional relationships better than men. Again, they leverage emotion. They leverage this fucking shit that men want called love. They want to be that nigga. They want that bitch to love them. Women don't give a fuck about that. They just want what you have. And we talk about this shit all the time. We even admit that they want what you have. And we can't face the facts. Like, I don't know, man. We got to come up off that shit thinking that women are naive and treating them like babies and coddling them. They want it. Let them have it. Vote with them. When they vote for this shit in the next couple of years, let them have it. This shit will backfire.
All right. All the super chats I missed when it got wild. I'm not even about to read them all out, but I do want to shout out to individuals that super chatted. JJ, number 16, the RX-O. Snuggles sent a super chat. Thanks for that. I didn't see that one at all. Michael Merriweather, JJ again, Al Boogie, Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk. JJ again, Melody sent another super chat. And she kind of out in Platinum. She said that Platinum said the one in the blue will get got before. Hold on, let me read that exactly. Get an exact quote. She said the one in the blue, you said they'll take over me in the South. That's what Melody is saying. Platinum said. Jessica X sent one. The RX-O sent another one. Shout out to you, that brother P. That Obsidian Red, the one that P had up there. And RX-O says, greeting Bernard, hope all is well. To the panel, how do you feel on the idea of women being intimidated by competent, upstanding men? Your thoughts? I've only heard one woman actually mouth that. She actually said it when a guy got his shit together. She just feel uneasy because she feel like she got to step her shit up, and she not trying to do that. So I've only heard one woman actually say that, but it's probably more of a thing. I don't really know.
That's hope and needs for I hope my wallet wins. No, bitches are not intimidated by what you do and what you do and who you are. They don't give a fuck about any of that. Again, is really,
yeah. Like I said, I heard one woman say that.
Yeah. And then so real quick to address some like in chat when I was talking about like the daughter niggas. You do understand that under a patriarchal civilization, you actually are able to raise your daughters in a much better way because they get to see society function as it's supposed to under a patriarchy. Your daughter has two choices. She can marry a man or be a fucking hoe. And as a dad in a patriarchal situation where you have that legalized prostitution, basically those are her choices. And as a dad, you're responsible to let your daughter know how the society works. Right now, you can't let your daughter know shit about the society. You can tell her whatever the fuck she wants. As soon as she walk out in the real world, she can be like, my dad was lying. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You can try to guide your daughter into the arms of a good man if you want to. And as soon as she gets out into society and then society goes, no, girl, you ain't got to listen to that nigga. Here's all your powers. And then she go, my dad lied. In a patriarchal situation, you go, you can marry a guy or you can be a hoe. There you go. There's your choices. You can be a hoe or you can marry this good man. These are your only choices. Now, if your daughter's ugly, she won't be able to procreate. That's a story for another day. But ugly bitches have always been in that situation, which is how feminism got started in the first place. The ugly bitch brigade got mad. So two choices: hoe, marriage. That's under the right circumstances. But niggas like you and all the rest of the daughter niggas are gonna go vote no because they're too afraid and to see their fucking girl on the fucking on the tens on speed dial app. You know, no niggas swiping right on their daughter, and them niggas get it because they gonna be on the app. They too afraid they gonna see their fucking daughter on the app while they swiping. No.
All right, let me circle it back and ask Obsidian an important question. I think this is where Obsidian was going. Okay. If all the gaps that exist between black men and white men, we talked about before, I started talking about it and Kevin Samuels talked about it all the time. I was about a $10,000 gap in earnings between the average black man and the average white man. I talked about how the labor force participation, I was probably like 3 or 4 percentage points or something like that. There's a number of different factors, even if the education gap. If all those, let's just say all those little gaps were closed, and even if black people as a collective owned a higher percentage of the wealth in this country, which really only means the top 1 or 2% of black people would own more shit, it wouldn't affect the average black person that much. But either way, if all of those gaps was closed, do you really think that would make the black women that talk all this shit shut the fuck up, or would it really make them change their mindset, their view, their perspective on black men and how they think about us or how they treat black men in a relationship? Do you think that's going to change the core of their character or who they are?
No.
That was to Obsidian, because his argument sort of implied that that's where he was going, because he was saying, be more industrious, it'll fix the problem.
No, that's not what I was going. That's not where I was going with it.
Oh, okay.
But since you brought the question up, I'll answer it. I think it's true that it will for some. I think that
okay.
I think that we have enough empirical evidence to bear out the fact that black women, and I'm going to, for purposes of this discussion, I'm going to say 35 and up. So black women 35 and up, I think that we have enough empirical evidence to bear out the fact that the percentage of black women that are sensible and reasonable and at least passively attractive is small. I think for the vast majority of black women 35 and above, no. But that really wasn't my argument, though.
Oh, I thought your solution was be more industrious, and that will solve the problem.
Yeah, you have to remember, everything I do is subversive. I'm subverting black women's own argument and turning it on its head.
I know, but you're bringing it to black men, saying black men be more industrious, and then they'll change.
Right. So what I'm getting at is, I already know that black women for whom we're talking about are just going to continue to shift the goalposts. I get that. I know it. But I need everybody to see it. Everybody can see, wait a minute, you got a brother, and see, this is the beauty of what Kevin does, because he often exposes this in a lot of black women. Black women will call up, say that they were married, they got divorced, and he goes to question them why they did it. It comes out they had a perfectly good guy.
Right.
They got rid of him. It's like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Okay, now the whole show, the shit hit the fan in this show is because, see, now what you said right there makes sense. A lot of those women, they know what a good, decent guy looked like. A lot of them had a good, decent guy. Some of them was even married to him, and they left him or divorced him or just broke up with him, even tore up a family, and they telling the reasons why on Kevin Samuels' show. So that sort of proves that it don't matter what the hell the guy was doing. They got some fucked up shit in their head, and they're making bad decisions based off of it. And so to know that's the truth, but then come here and for some roundabout subversive way to say, oh, black men need to be more industrious, and that'll solve. And it's like you took us on a damn roller coaster ride, but you actually just conceded that you understand the reality of the situation. God damn it, Obsidian. I can't.
So for 2 years, it's going on 2 years. For 2 years, I embarked on this whole book writing journey, right? And a number of people, and to be fair, mainly men, women really haven't come after me for this. So it's mainly black men. That idea, the non-selecting, is stupid. No, it's not. Because a lot of it is predicated on the subversiveness that I'm doing right now. See, ladies can't have it both ways. You can't say that there are guys that are non-selecting, you ain't fucking, but they also the bane of your existence and cause all your problems. Both can't be true. You can't say that you want brothers that are operating at full capacity, being all that they can be, making it happen, slaying the dragon, and then you still don't want to cooperate. Both can't be true. Both can't be true. And what Kevin does that's so masterful is he highlights the utter illogical decisions that these women make in real time, writ large, on the Jumbotron. Black women need to be embarrassed in a big way. You're an idiot. You are an idiot. because you got a black man that was willing to work for you, in most cases, settle for your ass, and you still couldn't make it work. You're an idiot. They have to have their nose rubbed in it. You are an idiot. You got a black man that's of the 13% of black men, and you still can't make it work? You're an idiot. You are in the most famous neighborhood of the world, the most famous black neighborhood in the world, in Harlem, and you can't get the eye of successful brothers there? You're an idiot. You are an idiot. Every other group of women can make this shit work except you. You're an idiot. They need to be put on blast and embarrassed. And Kevin is doing that night in and night out. So when I say, yeah, brothers need to be more successful, I'm actually turning the screw on black women. They don't even see it. They don't even see it.
Yeah, but you kind of trolled us with the arguments, though. So but yeah, no, I understand what you're doing. Okay.
All right. Imagine you walk into an ice cream shop called Successful Nigga, and they got a bunch of different ice creams named after successful niggas. You ever been to Cold Stone and had cake batter ice cream before?
No.
That shit is fucking amazing.
Yes,
Have you ever been to Cold Stone and had chocolate cheesecake ice cream before?
No.
Exactly. So if you got a choice between cake batter ice cream and chocolate cheesecake ice cream, you're gonna have one of them, and then you'll be like, God damn, what about the cake batter? I had the cheesecake. You're trying this fucking cake batter. And you can. And no one's gonna stop you. And it's free. You don't keep trying shit. That's why they don't care how successful a nigga is. Because they can go to the successful nigga ice cream store and just keep trying shit. Over and over and over.
I thought you was trolling, but you actually made a fair point. All right, it's about time to wrap this up. Damn, I done been on the air. Well, I came on late. That's why it's time for me to actually go pick my son up. I got to go pick the kids up from school, so that means I got to get the hell off the air. The numbers are great. Thank you, everybody. All the super chats. I couldn't even read them all when Obsidian was trolling us. No, just but that was a conversation got wild, but it was good. It was entertaining. It was fun. It was appreciate everybody for coming on through. Fantastic. Damn, if you're going live, fantastic. I don't know if Fantastic going live. I could have dropped.
Yeah, he probably left so he could pick up.
Yeah. He could have been dropping the link so everybody can go right over there. But I got to get the hell up on off of here. Thanks for coming up, Game Changer. Thanks again, Obsidian. We was trying to set up a one-on-one, but you stole the show anyway. I was trying to get a one-on-one with you, but you came and stole the show anyway. So I appreciate you coming on through. Shout out to Zero, Plat, Game Changer, and everybody who super chatted, like, shared, subscribed, did anything in any way, shape, or form to contribute to the show. I appreciate you. And right now, before I go pick my son up, I got to listen to the part of the broke down woman's perspective where apparently ARC was getting mode 1 Usaid again seductive on Sister George, and Curlin had to step in and had to tap Sister George on the shoulder and remind her that he was her fiance. But anyway, all right, we about to get up out of here, y'all. Peace.
Peace.